was an institute, technical institute, referred to as Murang'a College of Technology. And in 2011, it was elevated to Murang'a University College through a legal order. And in 2016, the University College was chartered to become a full-fledged university and renamed Murang'a University of Technology. Of course, as a university, we operate under the University Act 2012 of the laws of Kenya and University Charter and statutes.
The first Murang'a University Council was inaugurated in October 2013, and currently the university is oversighted by the third council. The university motto is Innovation for Prosperity.
As a university, we have a vision, and it is to be a leading university in technological innovation, research and training. And the mission is to advance knowledge and technological transfer through teaching, training, learning, research and innovation for sustainable development. And we hope that we can achieve this, and we have actually already demonstrated that we can achieve what we have planned to achieve. If you've been keen in the recent past, we have been ranked.
How do you look for funding? Where do you look for funding?
It is what we call metric ranking, and we've been
we have got
ranked
funding before.
consistently.
Tell me something. One.
In the best 10
Where can we get funding from?
In the country.
With the continued support from the national and the county government,
Yes, yes.
the ISO-certified MUT has grown in leaps and
From
bounds,
Sabarwan, who is that?
registering a significant
names.
growth as students are attracted into
Example,
the market-driven
yes, he's
courses
talking about
offered by the institution.
These research agencies who would want to give us funds for research, where else can we get the money? We have got the government. Government agreed to have 1% of their GDP for research and development. Most of them are not doing it. We are not there yet. But the government is the main, this is the same institution that we should supply to. Let's have ways of getting funds from government, either with the local county, national county, or we can have regional entities. Now, you're lucky in Kenya we have got the National Research Foundation. There's a colleague who's supposed to come here. He's here. Prof. Koenje. You come. Okay. Introduce him when he comes. These are people from government who can provide our funding. They contributed to this meeting. They've got funding for research. Please approach them. Talk to them. It's an agent that is put down so that we can access the funding. There are also regional entities, regional organizations where funding we can get funds from. In East Africa, Prof. Koenje, there is that funding which we can get. Where can we get funding from in East Africa? Where researchers, it's a regional entity where we can get funding. There is a funding letter.
Okay, he's pulling. Sorry, Daniel is just pulling my legs, but this is an opportunity I would take. There is an organization called it's called ESTECO, East Africa Science and Technology Commission. The commission is planning to do funding for research, and it is not just funding for research to universities only. It will be to anybody who can do research, right from primary school, community organizations, whatever, even NGOs, because we said we are not going to limit our contribution to research just to academia. I think in the next 6 months, we will make an announcement. Sorry to say that. I'm the chair of that commission, of that offshoot. In the next 6 months, we'll make an announcement. We hope we will have the money. Thank you.
I knew it. So there is an opportunity there. Please get in touch, keep in touch with him. So government is one of the institutions where we get money. The other one is industry, private sector. We need to look for companies to partner with. You know, you have your discipline, but in that discipline, there's something you are doing another company might be interested with. Do you know the people, the institutions, or the private companies around here which are working in research? Remember, private sector has got R&D departments. Approach them, engage them, and see if they align their business interest projects, are they aligned with yours? Approach the company, the private sector. Now, the other one is we look at internal or intra-funding which are available from different program and grants. Now we are talking about universities. We're talking about research institutions. We're talking about academic departments. Do you know that in a department there might be a project proposal, that the project program that is available with funding in the chemistry department, and the people in the environmental science department don't know about it? Let's talk to each other and we understand what funds are available within our university, what funds are available between universities, what funds are available within our region. There is no funding running around. The problem is we are working like it's my money, it's my environment. So the other thing is, he talked about philanthropies. We have got private research institutions. These are foundations, charity organization, philanthropy. Now here we've got Belmont Forum. After this session, somebody from Belmont Forum is going to address us online. But somebody from Belmont Forum will be present here with us to answer questions around how can we get funding from the Belmont Forum. Google it. It's a lot of money. And Kenya is a member of the Belmont Forum, and we can benefit. There is a lot of, so there's also other ones where the African Union also has got a relationship with the European Union in partnership for research. There is funding. Please get in touch with the respective people in African Union Commission so that we can get access to these funds. The funds are available. Let's look for those kind of funding. Now, look, we are all scientists here. We belong to different departments. They are international, professional organizations. Do you know a professional organization in your field? I know Prof. Kowenje is a chemist. There is an international organization called International Pure and Applied Chemistry. Are you PAC? In physics, pure and applied physics. There are so many of them. Do you know organization which is international and your department belongs to? And these organizations always have funding for people who are part of their members. Are you a member of any of these organizations? Google around and check and join them. Stay updated with what's available. What are the grants, scholarships, fellowships which are available in that? There is a lot of money. We can get money for your research through this national organization. Now, we can also, what they call now is crowdfunding platforms. You can allow researchers to present your project to a broader audience. You can present your project there. And when you present them, you can attract support. You can also raise funds for your research through these platforms. I've given some examples there, but that's not limited. You don't get funded by just staying in your lecture room. You get funds by looking around different platforms. Now, we are in this event. You do not know who is who from the different institutions. But if you attend events like this, you attend events, international events, and then engage with different people, different institutions, engage with funders. And the funders will be there and tell you. They will tell you what they're interested in. They will tell you how much money is there. You cannot get funding when you are sitting in an institution and not participating in national events, not participating in international events. You cannot. Okay? So let's get funding. You can also explore collaboration. So now we are engaged now. I don't know how we're sitting now. Are we sitting in the groups or in the previous order? It was supposed to be the 4 groups. When I sit next to your colleagues now, the idea was to mix and mingle so that we can establish collaboration items there. Okay. Now, there are also online tools. Online tools, databases, search engines where you can find finding opportunities. Look, you can only get finding opportunities if you know what you're looking for and what you're looking for. Please go online. Find out what's there. There are so other platforms that I've just given an example there. You can go there and look for funding. Now, when you want to invest, you want to develop a team, right? You want now to develop a team of individuals from different institutions, from different countries, from different disciplines. But they should be complementary in expertise in what you want to do. Remember, we are looking for a team that's going to develop a proposal that we have defined. And then for you to have a team, there are some things you need to do. How do you develop partnerships? How do you then bring in somebody to come and join you in the team? How can you bring somebody? There's some steps you do, but these are not exhaustive. And also are they prescriptive. Now, but before you do, you have a team, partner of partners. There's something you have to do. You must define your objective. You define the project. What's in there for us together? That must be clear. Before you approach me and so what's in there for me? You must have defined the impact and what is required. This will help us to identify who are going to engage with. So when we have that, we reach out, we research and reach out. When you have the objectives lined up, you have your ducks in a row, you do research and reach out to individuals, you reach out to institutions. Like I say, I emphasize this work, this proposal development going forward is not you alone. And you cannot do it on your desk. You have to go out there and reach out to institutions. They can be referred to you by your colleagues at a meeting. They can be referred to you by your mentors, your advisors. You know, in Africa, someone knows someone. Like we're sitting here, someone knows someone who knows funds are. Someone knows someone who is in line with what we are doing. Research and engage. Now, I put in there, there's twinning. The twinning there is when we have universities in Africa that are doing research with other universities in the other parts of the globe. You can talk to our colleagues from Malaysia, from ISTEC. The university in Malaysia, in that region, they are interested to get engaged with other universities in Africa. They are here, you can talk to them. I'm not talking about them. They are here. They can tell you, they can link your institution or your team with other teams out there so that we don't only have research in Africa. Before they go, please take their contacts and follow them. I know they've done it before. I worked with them before. Now, there is also, where do you get these people? How do you know who is doing what in Africa? There are platforms. I just put 2 examples there. You can go and check them. African Science Directory. You can go there, you can also register yourself on this platform. and people can reach out on your profile and reach out on you. The second one, the first one is purely scientists, but scientists, social scientists are included, all the factors are included. And also Africa research, this is also scientists, young scientists. The first one is mainly people with PhDs and those people. But the second one includes everyone. There's a platform for those who are experts. There's a platform. There's also space for those who are starting. There's also for students, also for mentors. There's also for policymakers. They're all there. The research managers are also there. So look for them. You can find who to engage with there. Now, when you find that person, are you compatible with the person? Are you the potential partners, are they compatible? Check on compatibility, because sometimes you can engage in a partnership, two lines, one down, the line, it doesn't work. Please, before you do that, make sure that you check the compatibility. Now, together you can explore funding opportunities. You can just look for programs, look for grants, look for collaboration initiatives that require partnerships. Sometimes you'll be sitting there, but there are places where you can say, wait, which one is, there is somewhere a grant partnership. Now, what we are trying to encourage other people is to show that the funders, when they come with a proposal, it should be inclusive, that, you should have social scientists and together. So it's a condition that the funders should do. Now, we talked about attending conferences. You can also connect with partners at conferences, at international events. You can have different researchers and professionals in there. Now, so you can also utilize networking platforms, like we have in the crowdfunding. We also have some network platforms where you can go in and find out who is doing what and where. You can get partners there. And I put some of them, I think most of you are on the research gate, and you can go places where you can find potential collaborators. Okay. We're still looking at where else can I get partners? You can review publications. You can review research outputs. You look at people who have published something in your area and reach out to them. You look at people who have written some research papers, reach out to them. You are the one who should be looking out. So we can do that. We also talk about attending conference, and it's important for you to attend this meeting. There are a number of them that are online virtual meetings. Yes, they can be overwhelming, but you can choose and attend one of those and make a contribution to that meeting. You identify yourself, you identify your institution, and you identify what you are doing and make your contribution. They will recognize you. Somebody will say, can you please send me a WhatsApp message or email, and we can have a discussion. So you can foster collaboration and participation by attending those online or virtual meetings. Now, when you identify who is who, you need to take an initiative. I'm going to tell you, let's emphasize this. It's about you who is taking the initiative. Take the initiative to communicate. Now, we have got emails, we have got what. Now, WhatsApp is very easy. Just give me a WhatsApp number, and then you can talk for hours without incurring any cost. We are in the university network, so we can talk. You can engage, and you can talk and articulate clearly what your research is, and so find out what they can do. So, now, it's important to get someone's contacts and engage. You have a relationship with someone. Now, can you build on it? Yes, we are here, we exchange cards. So what? You don't build partnership by just exchanging cards. You build a relationship. Once the relationship is built, it should be cherished, it should be tendered, it should be maintained. You see, send me an email now after this meeting, and then I respond, hi, we are, however, that's it. But we have to maintain that partnership, that relationship, and that will strengthen your collaboration. So, now, we emphasize on a number of things on collaboration, because the work has to be done. Okay? Those gentlemen there, they really wanted a fast train between Murang'a and Nairobi. But Murang'a is very hilly, and they can't have this, so they wanted to put a tunnel. So let's work with someone. The idea was good, but they don't communicate. The plan was good. The plan is excellent. We want to have connection. Something has to work, but they did not communicate. And that train will never run. But if we also look into a situation where we really have to find something, okay? We need to eat. Those two animals there, they are really struggling. They want to collaborate. There's something missing there. Everyone, like these are like us scientists. We are working in our own silos. Me, myself, and I. Now, but if you sit down and say, hey, what can we do? What can we do here? This has to be done. So you can work on this together and move and work on that together. And we'll be all fed. Our community will have solutions to the problem they are facing. Our government will have strong solutions that are informed by our science if we work together. It's time for us to engage. Co-design. In co-design, we say, forget about you being a physicist or a chemist. Please, there is environmental scientist there. There's a social science there who can contribute to that project. And let's co-implement across disciplines, across institutions, and across our borders. It's time for us to have a change in the mindset. This is the world as we know it. This is Africa on the south, global south. But there is also another option. What if we change around? We are the global north now. Let's think about the global, they are the global south. Let's change our narrative. Let's change the perception that we are poor. Let's change the perception that we cannot do anything. This business is unusual. And if we remember, we are here for a purpose. Let's develop partnerships. Let's look for funding together. Let's work, let's design our plans together, and let's work together. Otherwise, we will continue to talk about this story years from now. To bring them up here, and they come and give us some funds for doing this work. We ask for NRF to give us extra money. We sit down, we talk, and we go home, and we continue business as usual. Let's think about it. Okay, maybe I've left something. That's the end of my presentation. Are there any questions or any additions to something you know which can benefit us? Yeah. Before I give to my profs to make contributions as well. There's something which you know, some way how we can get funding, where we can get funding, how we can develop collaboration, which is different from, which some I've left out here. Is there anything you want to add? There's something I forgot to mention in the process. The NRF Kenya belongs to an alliance called the Signed Granting Councils. The Signed Granting Council, they want to imitate what NRF is doing, but for Africa. They want to develop a research commission, research foundation for Africa. The guy, when he comes, I asked Prof. Kowenja to introduce him. Please talk to him from the NRF. They have that opportunity. I had an opportunity of engaging with the granting councils. They've got good plans. They have a future. Let's engage them. There was any contribution? You're too quiet. Suspiciously quiet. It's about money. It's about money now. Can you talk something? Say something. Oh, sorry, Professor.
Thank you, Daniel. There's also one other way of getting funding driven by the industry. You can have, say, water industry. For example, we have Coca-Cola, we have the Keringet people. And they can meet together and then liaise with the universities to do some research on an area which they think will benefit them. Not just that, that's just an example. There could be others that can liaise among themselves and then approach the universities to do some research for them. I've not seen it here, but because these things need to be developed, there needs to be an initiative maybe by the university to approach the industry for 1, 2 things. Because some industries are very shy, they don't want to contact the universities, so it is the universities that need to contact them. In TUC, I've started working on that so that we can bring the industry into the university. When they see the potential of the university, then they can now maybe liaise constantly with the university for research purposes. Research that benefit them because they need to drive it because it is them who is going to fund it. I've seen it happening overseas where I was, and I think it can happen here if we do that initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. That's very important. When you are doing your research, remember, industry is about profits. When you go to them for partnership, they will ask you, where's our profits? Okay? Sometimes the government has got policies. They said, if you do this, then your tax is going to be reduced. If you contribute so much to research, then that will not be part of what's going to be calculated as your tax returns. So it's really important to engage. And he mentioned the private sector. Sorry, there's a hand here. So you mentioned the private sector. You mentioned the public, but you also have to have a nexus. You can have a collab or partnership between private, public, civil society organizations. We need that cloud around us. We need everybody in there. Remember the SDGs. Their motto is, we don't leave anyone behind. So don't leave anyone behind. Yes, sir. Any contribution?
Thank you. I just wanted to challenge ourselves. Universities are signing MOUs every day, but they just remain on the shelves. We can use those memorandum of understandings or collaboration agreements with other institutions and other universities, locally and also internationally. But they just remain on the shelves, the collaboration agreements signed. We can leverage on that and do this collaborative research by utilizing those people who have accepted to collaborate with you as institutions.
Thank you. He's challenging us. When you do research, I know when you get at the university, you are given 3 years to prove yourself. In teaching, in research, in community service. When you get your tenure, sometimes we only focus on teaching. When you do your research, why would somebody walking around the corridors or in Murang'a in the streets care about your research? Where are you going to do it and you have your MOU with this university and leave it on the shelves? Are you going to do some research, make publication in your high impact journal, and you are high rated scientist in your country at the institution, and then what? Okay, so when you are developing a partnership, you must look into those. There is something for you, yes. Remember, there's you, there's them, there's us in the community. It should be very clear what your partnership has to develop. How much time do you have? I want to give Prof. 1 hour. 1 hour left. Great. Okay, so you see, what we need to do is we need to develop a relationship. Now, we are here When you find out what you want to do, you have to make sure that whatever is going to happen is benefiting you, your partner, your local and national government, your community. Yes, there's a hand here. There's a hand here. Okay.
Just a small contribution. Sorry. Just a small contribution. First is that I think there is a big disconnect between academia and industry, as he has mentioned. Our institutions have just remained in the classrooms. So we really need, I think, the policy makers, the decision makers, to make deliberate actions towards connecting our institutions with the industry. Then secondly, I would like to say that I think one of our biggest undoing as institutions is that enclosure. Everybody is closed institution trying to do their own things. Somebody is closed up in some lab somewhere doing their own things on their own. Recently we had a workshop on COIL, Collaborative Online Learning, international learning that brings together students from around the world into one classroom. And the head of corporate affairs and also head of international gave a presentation about partners at the University of Nairobi, partnerships at the University of Nairobi and what the institution is doing with other universities. And at the end, people, because it had brought together deans, heads of international offices from around 25 universities in Kenya. And at the end of the presentation, the members said that it was totally unfair for the University of Nairobi, from University of Nairobi, because having all those networks is just using for itself and itself alone. But they pointed out an example of the head of the office from Masinde Muliro University, Dr. Umulher. When they were setting up an international office, she had no idea about what is an international office and what it's supposed to do. And so she reached out to Mr. Orindi, the corporate affairs, and he really helped her, guided her, and worked with her, and even gave her contacts, gave her networks, connected her to the relevant partners that she was looking for. So I think it's an encouragement to all of us that there is a lot amongst us. There is someone that the Murang'a University is working with, maybe in the UK. There's another one that University of Nairobi is working with in Germany, then like that. I think building on our networks, we shouldn't struggle in some of these things. And it all starts by reaching out, by talking, by expressing what we are looking for. I strongly believe there is a lot among from our institutions that we can help each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not having any questions. No one's asking me or anything, but I'm hearing contributions. I'm hearing contributions of what can be done better. He brought in the issue of government linking us up with private sector. That's very important. But for the government to do that, they should know what we can offer. The government should know what our institutions can offer. Do they know what we can offer? So they can approach the government with, they say, look, this is what we are offering. I'm bringing Murang'a, I'm bringing Tuk, I'm bringing Maseno, Nairobi, or that university. I want you to work with this university. This is what they can offer. That the government know what we can offer. There's a task. If I don't know how the arrangement of I know there's an Academy of Science, Kenya Academy of Science. I know there is also the African Academy of Science over here. There's also NASAC. But I'm sure we should have a common voice where we can approach government and tell them, go to industry. We can offer this. We want money. The government can go now. But there's nothing they can go and tell what is it that we can offer the industry. our curricula, this is a different way out from this, but our curricula, normally, we are developing half-baked bricks in our students. They come from our university, they go out there, they go for another year of training. We should do it at the university. But this is what the government should go and tell the industry. This is what we can offer. So I think this is, if you have no questions, comments, I want to check to my colleagues. There's a hand here. Look, we are here together. We are here for this meeting. It's not only for listening. It's for engagement. Let's hear what we have done, what we can do. Yes, ma'am. Question or comment?
Both. I'm going to make a comment and a question.
Okay.
So just to share an experience, and when it comes to looking for funding, what we did recently, you see, we are having El Nino rains. In civil engineering, we are in infrastructure development. So what we did is to develop a concept, and then we go to the roads departments, and then we tell them, look, we think this is where the problem is. And we know that in the country, in some of those roads departments, that is where we have money. And they need a solution. So we identified areas that are directly affecting them, something that is already happening, and you can see it. So what they have said is we can collaborate and look for funding together. And then we know that when we write proposals, as multiple institutions of a government, it is easier to get funding. But then again, a question, because we first have to do, one of the ways to look for funding is to first develop a proposal and be proactive as opposed to reactive. We have a challenge because sometimes once you send your proposal, someone else gets that idea, and then sooner or later you see a similar project word for word being implemented. What can be done about that?
This is our challenge. We don't trust each other. And we normally want to take advantage and build our nest with other birds' feathers. When you are developing a proposal and you present a concept, not everything, not a full proposal, you go with a one-pager as a concept, not in details. Because if you do that, you might find that you presented it from which university? Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. But this is now which is limiting us from the relationship. Because we don't trust each other. I don't know how we can do it. Maybe those who have been in the profession for too long, how can we trust each other? How can we, it's something, you submitted, we submitted a proposal with something, and then our proposal was rejected. And 9 projects were accepted. And we look at the list, but this is our proposal. Okay? So, please, but I think what's important is for us, please, what's important for us is to develop a relationship. Build a relationship and maintain it. You don't cheat on with your friend. You don't do that. Let's develop a relationship, mutual beneficial relationship. I don't know. You want to answer that question about the trust?
Yes, I want to reiterate on what my colleague has just alluded, that it is not about trust. It is the corruption that is in us. If the mindset is changed, we move away from the corruption, then the proposals that we write can go through. Because what we do here, if you compare with the other countries, is just quite different. The European countries, the way we do things, the way they have the change of mindset is different from what we do. So you find that you have a concept or a good proposal, but there is somebody who is corrupt and they have insiders and then you don't go through. So the moment we look for a strategy to change or curb this, then we are good to go as governments or as countries and universities.
Thank you.
Also on what you talked about, talking to the government about what we have and the industry, I think it is all about the mindset, because some of the things that we do at the universities, you find that there is a lot of interference from politicians and what we do. Like what we have in Kenya, the change we have in teacher education now, reforms. Of course, the voice is there, but we really need to work hard so that we can change everything and then we move on. It is not easy, but we can do it.
Thank you. Can we start with this group and start to trust each other? There's a head here. So, yeah. Can you start with this group? At least develop a trust relationship for a change. You know, when we are doing this, I don't know, our research, we talk about government, what we can offer. Have you ever heard of the Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063? Have you heard them? Do you know what's in the Agenda 2030? What's there? How many goals are there? Agenda 2030, how many goals are there? There are 17 goals and 169 targets. Each country has to report on that. It's about research. Is your research talking to those goals and targets? There's Agenda 2063. You have heard of it? Go and look for it. There are ideas there which national government, the African Union, says these are issues for Africa. And we as researchers, we don't even look at them. We look at our own things. We look at our... So we are not talking to the government. Those are the ones that are interest for us. Yes, I think we... Asman, can you take the next presentation for Prof? Or should this 30 minutes? So Prof is going, after me, there's Prof 30 minutes. Okay, so we are saying when we are doing remember, this agenda, East Africa has got a commission, which is East African Development Community, I think it's called ECA, I don't know what it's called. They've got their own science and technology strategy. Do you know it? And then if you don't know it, then how can their research talk to them? Please find a way of doing that. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mine is just an observation. Most funding organizations are like clubs, members clubs. So unless a certain name appears in a concept or a proposal, they cannot fund it. They just reject them. That's the problem with Africa.
Yes. Okay, so there's also one thing I want us to do. Science is, when you are preparing a proposal, it's not supposed for 3 years for funding. Research is a long-term project. Your lab you are developing, you should not develop it for short term. You must develop it with long-term vision. When you are developing a proposal, do the sustainability plan. We'll talk about that tomorrow. But this is all about working a relationship, and let's not be like clouds which come in now and disappear, or they come in the evening and disappear in the morning. They come with the rain in the afternoon, in the evening they disappear, in the morning there's nothing, they come again. Let's have a continuity in the work we are doing. Okay? Yes, Prof. Koenje? Yes.
Thank you. You know, I just want to borrow some cue from what you have just said. You know, most of us, and this is what is the characteristic of the way we do research. You find someone is a professor, but if you look at which area is he a professor in? You can't get. We have been supervising people left, right, and center. And this is actually what pains me sometimes. Because we don't have funding, the seed funding, and I wish the administration was here, so we supervise students with the projects that students have brought for us to supervise them with. You tell a student, okay, you want me to supervise you. What is your project? And you are the professor who is supposed to be a professor of a given area. But the students come with his or her project. Then how is this one benefiting you as a professor? How is it grounding you in your area? Because one time you supervise a student in water, another time it is in education, another time it is in forestry, another time it is in this. So where exactly do you belong? And I think the mistake is not ours because we just want to survive, okay? But let us try to be a professor in a given area. I think that one that's the biggest weakness. Number two, churches know how to raise funds. I just don't know what magic they use. Someone opens a small church, in 2 years it is so big. With us, you start writing proposals, in 3 years you are nowhere. Okay? I just don't know how they get it right.
That is what you have to know.
Okay, that is what we have to know. Okay. The last thing, there was something. I know that there might be no time. Please, this is Emmanuel. Please welcome. That's the colleague we have been waiting for. He will introduce himself, but he's from two organizations, from Belmont Forum and also NRF Kenya. So if you want, I believe he's carried money in that bag. Yeah, but I will give him time to introduce himself. So what I'm saying is, let us connect. Most of the times, most of the research grants that you'll get is through a person that they have trusted. A person that they have trusted that has shown that, okay, you can do research, you are accountable, you are credible, and all those, the C's that we are seeing. In most cases, I'm not saying that is the whole thing, that from my experience. We can talk another day. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. You see, what we have here, we need to know what are we missing. You are in the institution. What's your niche? To your institution, to your community, and to when you are doing a research. Remember, we talked about the different partners we can develop. In each of those, their roles should be defined in the proposal. And what they're going to bring in as in kind of financial, they also be defined. Now, we mentioned before that there is the National Research Foundation, which is a government entity. It's a government. Our colleague is here. You can engage with him during tea break, during this meeting, and after this meeting. I've worked with the NRF. My name is Daniel Nyanganyura. Maybe you heard of about me. I've worked with them. I work with the National Research Foundation, the Seminar Foundation for South Africa. We call this NRF Kenya and NRF South Africa. Now, they also have assigned granting councils I talked about. He will tell you about. There's going to be a Belmont Forum presentation. He could have presented it, but someone's going to present it online. And questions he's going to answer was the Belmont Forum. So, well, I'm just doing all the sports, but this is what we are here for. We just want to look for funding for these researchers in Kenya to engage together in collaborative way and looking into what government of Kenya would want them to do. Okay? So now they're just talking, we're just discussing, we're just waiting for a prof to come in and make, I've got here, and we give it to prof.
Thank you. Maybe to take you back to where we were, where people were afraid of giving a proposal, then the idea is taken up by someone else. In my thinking, maybe we need to stop being ignorant and patent ideas where applicable. So that maybe if an idea is patented, then it means it might deter someone else from picking it up because there's the legal consequence. Thank you.
Okay, the issue of patents, I think it's discussed later on the presentation. We are looking at the output. What are we giving as outputs? What are the outcomes of our research? So that's important as well. When you produce something, you patent it, and then it's yours. There was a hand here. Yes.
Thank you. My interest was just attracted by the presentation that was on the whereby how competitive grants, you expect the outcomes are likely to be biased depending on who the gatekeeper is. Those are competitive grants because everybody has to compete, whether you patent it or not, because ideas cannot be patented, okay? You come up with a proposal, you can't patent it because you're competing there. So the picture we had there of the donkeys pulling different directions, those are people competing for grants. But the moment you decide to collaborate, maybe that is the answer to winning grants. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we... Another prof coming. We can continue engage. I know this topic is very important, very lively, and yes.
Thank you, Dan, for this presentation. Dan has challenged us in several ways. We have also challenged ourselves. We've got disappointments. We is not keen to one or two people. Even myself have been disappointed when somebody is replying that this your concept has not been proved. So I didn't know how it could be proved when I want to do it. So there's so many other challenges that we've met in our life. So let's put a round of applause to Dan for that presentation. Our next presenter is Dr. Noor, or Professor. Okay. Proceed, please.
I wanted to come before her because where Dr. Daniel has left, I think it's the right time to talk about, instead of a competition like you saw the donkeys there, I tell you the story of hare and tortoise, which is, I'm sure, all of you know. Is there anybody who doesn't know this story? But I'll show you an added. The moral of this, of course, has always been slow and steady wins the race. Yes, each one of you have different kind of difficulties. All those difficulties are your challenges. And challenges are for your new development. Take these things in that sense. Even the natural disasters, and as a scientific researcher, I think whatever happens, this is that nature tries to teach you what is happening, what might happen, how to prepare, how to tackle, how to handle that. So if we go for this old story where there was this challenge between hare and tortoise, and what happened? The first episode, of course, they set to compete, run, and hare was very fast and moved, whereas the other gentle person was a little bit slow. So he moved ahead. And why this double screen? Excuse me. something wrong with this. Yeah, because this is a PDF. Okay. So the fast and consistency will always beat slow and steady. This is known. And we just, colleague spoke about this, that I don't know how some people just get there and the others, are stuck up. But what then happens? Husband, you adjust please. So you have to really identify your own core competency. I mean, I spoke about this yesterday, that you have to discover yourself. What is that unique strength that you have? And then what are the strengths or capacities or skills required for what you want to do? And who else then can be your partner to pursue that goal that you are thinking of? So identify your core competency and strength, and then change the playing field to suit the core competency. Now, changing the playing field many a times may not be in your hand. So what you do, you go for some of the deficiencies that you have identified in yourself, in your system, in your institution, and then build on that. The next episode is that if you want to cooperate and collaborate, only then you can actually cross something which was absolutely not in your capacity. And very often we have heard of the first 3 episodes. Right from school time, I have been hearing, but this is the new episode. And can you believe that the leader of People's Republic of China, President Xi Jinping, actually pursues this aspect, cooperation and collaboration. And very recently also he told the foreign minister of US that we have plenty of both of us to be actually busy and win. But if we, instead of competing, if we can cooperate and collaborate. I think the key word, particularly in areas where you have lack of resources, lack of facilities, cooperation and collaboration is working. And this is what the 2 competitors decided, to work together and collaborate. So if there is a water, the tortoise carried the hare, and where there was a fast to be run, it was vice versa. The hare was carrying the tortoise. So even though we are individually brilliant and have our own competencies, we would achieve greater performance if we are able to pool resources, work in a team, and harness each other's core competencies. Now, when you plan to harness each other's core competencies, it requires that you know what are your core competencies. So, look within yourself, see what is your strength, and I don't mind to actually identify my weakness, my weak point, because we are humans, everybody is like that. You would have some stronger aspects, you would have some weaker aspects, and because all those skills are developed when you get into different situations. I mean, we have flood since yesterday, and I was looking at the news. It says the nation in crisis after this rain and flood. Obviously, they are putting their heads together how to be preparing for future. So I thought this was the right time to touch upon this and see how we can go further. Thank you for listening. And now I'll go to another which requires attitude. the concept of iceberg, which says attitude is everything. So if you already in your mind pre-decide that this is something, this is not my cup of tea, I cannot do it. If you think you cannot do it, I can guarantee you will never be able to do it. But only if you are determined you want to do, you will try to find ways and means how to do it. As you saw the hare and tortoise, you may not have all those capacities, but then you can partner with somebody and get on with your business. So attitude really plays a major role. Whatever field, whatever area, whatever issue in life you have. Now, how much do you see of an iceberg? Anybody? How much normally has anybody seen an iceberg? No? Okay. Think of it. Now, that's the whole picture. What you see up is just 10%. And what is below the water, that's 90%. That's below the sea level. So normally you make your actions, decisions on what you see, what you observe. There is something which is hidden. Now that means, and this is for all of us, the researchers, to actually dig deep down to find out the actual issues. And I always had sometimes, arguments with my colleagues, particularly when I became senior, and the youngest would say, no, this is not possible. I said, how? What are the evidence? On what basis do you say that this is not possible? Give me argument. So 10% is that you see, and 90% you don't. Now, what is visible is above sea level. That's 10%, and the 90% is invisible. So when you embark upon your research proposals, seeking funding, maybe there is a lot that you don't know how it happens. And we have talked about it yesterday also. Daniel also highlighted who are the agencies, and each agency would have their own way of doing things, their own priorities and so on. So the iceberg phenomena is really very much applicable in human beings. We all make our judgments, decisions on what we see. And I think this has been, I would say, in all former British colonies, that we think, particularly if I have done a PhD, I am the expert, and what I say is right. Or if I am a professor, or if I am a head of organization, I am always right, which is actually not true. Somebody else could have a better idea than me, because after all, I am a human being. Yes, I have gone through a process of experience, and I have learned few things, but yet don't underestimate anybody else. So this phenomena is very much in humans. So in other words, what is known that you see and people judge is your behavior. And that behavior is just 10%. And as a researcher, many times you would say, oh, well, I didn't have any link with the funding agency, so I didn't get the project. But that gentleman is well connected, so got the grant. And these are some of the only assumptions, and that's called the behavior. And which is unknown to others, which is the 90% level. That is actually the values, the standards, the judgments, the motives, ethics, beliefs, and so on. And that is what is called the attitude. So behavior and attitude, behavior is impacted by the attitude. So what is your attitude will be reflected in your behavior. I mean, I strongly feel and believe that I don't know everything, I don't know much. There are many people who would know more than me, but all of us would know something about something, not about everything. And if we act, then that can help us go further. So what makes life 100%? Now, this is very interesting. And you can actually work out in your own life. This, each letter of alphabet has a value which equals to its sequence of the alphabetical order. And that is what is written there. We have 26 letters in English, and each letter has a value. Now, we talk about skills. We have been talking, well, skills is something that's much needed. But look at the value. It's only 82%. Means quite a lot. So skills are, but yet it is 82%. Okay, knowledge. Yes, you are a scientist, you must have a knowledge. But knowledge makes up to 96%. Look what is hard work. 98%. We are still not 100%. I mean, this is actually very much real. And can you adjust what the 100% is? Where are you, Hassan? Need help. The attitude is actually 100%. So if you work out the spelling of attitude and the values, that is 100%. Do you want to show this or I move further? Maybe let's have this complete. Oops. Yes, so attitude makes 100%. And that is your own attitude. In other words, everything is in your hand. Don't blame others. And people who are at the helm of affairs, particularly the politicians, the leaders, when they say, I don't know how this is happening, I really never buy that, because that is what their job is, to find out what is happening. Okay, so what makes your life 100%? We've already done with this. So attitude is 100%. And the can do. Yesterday we talked about the do's and don'ts. And the can do attitude. If you say that you cannot do it, as I said, you will not be able to do it. You can do everything, but not at all at once. So you have to plan over a period of time. You can do everything if it's important enough for you to do. And if you look back at your own life, you would see that on many occasions, some of the things that you wanted to do and you thought they were must to be done, you got them done. You can do everything, but maybe you are not really the best at everything. Remember, I said we are all different, and therefore our many things, many skills would be different. You can do everything, but there will be limitations. Keep that in mind, that there will be limitations. It may take a longer time, or the sequence may change. In many things, you will need help. So you can do, but you may need help. And that's where we are talking about the cooperation and collaboration. Okay. So these are some of the quotes and the positive attitudes. That a positive thought is the seed of a positive result. If you think positive, and where you feel really upset, you need to think what are those issues and matters that make you so upset. And if you don't like something, well, change. If you can't change it, then change your attitude and don't complain. Bottom line of this presentation is that you have to have a positive attitude, and obviously if you cannot change it, then accept that and change your attitude. The significant change in a person's life is change of attitude. Right attitudes produce right action. And if you really want to be happy, nobody can stop you. Everything is in your hands. I'm sure you've heard about this, the glass is half full or half empty. This is also attitude, how you look at it. I mean, you could say you look at the full half, or you can look at the empty half. And there's a better way for everything. Find it. Don't say that I don't know. I mean, the whole idea of research is to find out, to discover. And when we say we discover, it means it is happening in nature, we need to find out. A positive attitude is not a destination, it is a way of life. And then it helps you to actually reach the destination. And difference between a successful person and others, not a lack of knowledge, but rather a lack of will. And here, I think you can reflect back when we talk about somebody doing very well and somebody not so well despite a lot of his struggle. So attitude makes a lot of difference. There are many quotes, but I think I can stop here. The positive thinker sees the invisible. Yes, I think this is important. The positive thinker sees the invisible, feels the intention, and achieves the impossible. And a man with confidence in himself gains the confidence of others. I mean, I talked about self-facilitation yesterday, but if you yourself are not confident about something, you cannot, build the confidence of other people. You will only go as far as you think you can go. The biggest mistake of all is to avoid situations in which you might make a mistake. Making a mistake for all of us is normal. So never ever fear, from making mistakes. And positive attitude is like a magnet for positive results. Our life is a reflection of our attitudes. Positive attitudes create a chain of reaction of positive thoughts, and it did attitude. He does his. No man fails if he does his best. And sooner or later, those who win are those who think they can. I mean, there are many. So this is, you can also find more details on this link. Thank you very much. At this stage, if there are any questions, quick questions.
Thank you, Prof. Do you have any question or anything to add? Yes, Prof.
Yeah.
Let's say I want to form a collaboration. Then I check on the internet, I see this person has the required qualifications that I need to form the team. How do I get his attitude from the CV?
Well, you are not me. So your personality can only be analyzed by yourself. I mean, how can I do it? Only I know. He doesn't know. How do I do it? Discover yourself. Discover yourself. And the first step is that you have found somebody, communicate with them. And always have more than one options. Because other factors that will affect or lead to decide are not in your control. You can only use which is in your control. This morning, somebody messaged me from Pakistan that the Association of National and International Organizations, ANSO, under the Belt and Road Program of China, has announced fellowships, and that young man wants a placement. He asked my help to actually ask somebody in China to give him a placement so that he can apply. And I had a lot of communication with him. Where do you want to go? If you want to go somewhere, ask those people. How can I out of blue tell them? Of course, I gave him a guideline. So I think you have to try and don't think there's only one way. There are many ways of doing things. Think, as they say, think out of box. Okay? Thank you. Dr. Ashikian, where are you?
The story of the hare and the tortoise, my father used to really tell us a lot. And he told us a different version where the tortoise placed so many tortoises along the way. So as the hare would run, always the hare would call tortoise, and then the tortoise would answer, I'm ahead. Because he had placed so many tortoises on the way, just by the way.
Yeah. I mean, you can think of alternatives as well. Good idea. Good idea, yes. I mean, see, this is the beauty. This fourth one, I only learned from a Malaysian professor. Before that, I only knew the 3 steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for your interesting presentation. Let's give a round of applause to Prof. Professor Koenje, you made a comment, and I can add something on that. That the way you talk to a stranger, the way he answers you or she answers you, the way the email is sent back to you will make you gauge the person you can work with. I've done this several times, and I could easily see who I can work with. One significant one was from Makerere University. Instead of replying my email, the person was criticizing my proposal. So that just tells you that this is not somebody that want you to work with. So I have seen those from University of Ghana, University of Liberia, and overseas, Swansea University and all that. So you just see the attitude from the email or from the phone call that you make with a person. It has helped me a lot. So to proceed, let us welcome Dr. Noor for the next round. First, come up, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Nothing much new today. I just going to continue from yesterday, and then we're going to continue also with the hands-on. I am the hands-on face, so you can listen to a lot of philosophical talk from Prof. Mansur and also from Prof. Daniel, giving you insight about where to look for the money. I love to be your best friend because you know where the sources of money are. So my job is actually to just guide you in doing the hands-on. Okay, can we go to my slide, please? Yes, hold on. This morning, I believe there will be a talk, online talk by representative from government. Okay. Okay. What is the time now?
Good morning once again. Our presenter from Belmont Forum is on. He's going to do it online on Zoom. And we had said it starts at 10:30, so he's been waiting. So Professor Nur will continue after the presentation from Belmont. So kindly, let's allow him to present, and then we can continue with her discussions because they are already waiting. It's on Zoom, so all of us will be connected. Thank you.
I think she's already ready. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to just tell you which session we are going for, and also to introduce the speaker briefly. Nicole is already online. We are going to get a presentation from Belmont Forum. She will tell us more about what Belmont Forum is about. But the presenter is Nicole Abo, and she is the executive director of Belmont Forum. She's been in this field of international collaborations for a long time and managing international organizations. She has the experience. After that, Emmanuel is here, and Emmanuel will possibly respond to some of the questions that we might ask about Belmont Forum. I can also help in a few ways where possible. I think let's get time. We always do it with the clap. I don't know whether she can see us, but we are clapping to help to welcome her. Thank you.
Good here. So thank you very much, Professor Konje. Hello, everybody. As Professor Konje mentioned, my name is Nicole Arbour, and I am the Executive Director of the Belmont Forum. And so today what I was going to do, or what I was asked to do, is talk a little bit about the Belmont Forum and about the upcoming call that is going to be particularly relevant, hopefully, to this group, which is the call that is being developed in collaboration with the National Research Foundation of South Africa. And NOL, who's in the room with you right now, has been very actively involved developing this call as well in recent months. And then hopefully take some time to go through some of the challenges or the opportunities, if you will, of how one engages with this call. So I will quickly share my screen. And before anyone asks, this presentation was made by someone way, way more tech savvy than I am. So it's nice and fancy and very pretty, but it wasn't me. I can take absolutely no credit for the fanciness of this presentation. There we go. Hopefully you can see the presentation. So this is just to give you a very quick overview. First, about what the Belmont Forum is as a mechanism and how it works. So I don't know, I can sort of see the room from the camera. So if there's a quick show of hands, how many people in the room right now have before this moment, have heard of the Belmont Forum? Oh, I see. There's one thumbs up. There's a few. So there's that. So this is good. So the Belmont Forum is a mechanism that was developed by research funders to fill a gap. And that gap was, as many of you in the room probably recognize, that money doesn't cross borders very easily. And of course, in an era of global environmental change that we're who bought in. So again, the 3 is like the magic Belmont Forum number. It's really looking at, this is what makes everything multilateral, right? So as long as we know that there's a minimum of 3 funders who are willing to put money on the table, we can start planning and scoping a funding call with the idea of bringing additional funders in who are not necessarily Belmont Forum members when we're ready, but we need to have sort of that core seed that is a minimum of 3 funding members who are interested in an idea. So once the idea is accepted by the Belmont Forum Plenary, we spend minimum 6 months, but more often a year or more, scoping it with the community. So the idea is that we develop a bottom-up funding call. Normally, in most CRAs, they're global, so we do a global scoping process. But as you can imagine, for a call that's called the Africa Regional Call, we were a little bit less global. We definitely focused on the continent. We had a number of virtual and in-person scopings to really, and looked at the existing documentation. So obviously, we are not the first to think about what are the priorities for Africa. Africa's been thinking about this for a long time. And so there's a lot of existing documentation that has been brought together. And so taking into consideration many of those strategic plans that have come out of various international discussions and speaking with the research community over the course of, well, actually for the Africa Regional Call, it was a number of years. This call started scoping before I was the executive director, but it was in very early stages, but really came in sort of earnest last year. We really started doing much more scoping and online engagement. So that time frame is really meant to understand from the community where the gaps are and where the interest is in developing projects. And we use that activity to develop and refine call text so that it reflects the needs of the community as expressed by the community. So after that year, we come up with a call text. That draft call text comes to the Belmont Forum membership for approval. So the idea is that the membership ensures that the scoping has been done thoroughly, that the community has been effectively consulted, and then it comes to, to being an official call. So right now, that's where we are with the Africa Regional Call. The call text has been presented to our membership. We can't share it with the research community just yet. We're only sharing it with funders now because we want to make sure that any adjustments that need to be made in order to get the maximum number of funders to cover researchers across the continent and beyond are on side. And then we will be releasing the full call text at the end of May. I will, however, give you a sneak peek of the things. And so once we have the call text, it's been approved, that's when we start recruiting non-Belmont Forum member funders. So any funder can be a funder of a Belmont Forum call. If you come to the call as a funder, at the end, when the call has already been sort of scoped and ready to go, you simply, we all know that there's always bureaucratic process, need to express interest. You sign a non-legally binding MOU that's basically, the rules for engagement so that everybody understands what is expected of them. And then we put together for each funding institution what we call the annex. And that is the rules for engagement with that specific funding organization. And that is where the devil is in the details. Because as you can imagine, setting up multilateral projects, when each does begin to get a bit complicated. But the things in the annex that need to be provided are things like what is the maximum amount of funding a researcher can apply for. Hopefully, there's also what is the maximum amount of funding that funding institution is partners in place, led by the right people, and with the end stakeholders in mind. And so from here, I'm just very quickly, because what I want to do is also give so I'm just going to skip from here, and I'm going to, can you see, let's see, I'm just going to give it a second to see if you can see this slide, but I have a funny feeling that I shared a, you can, perfect. Okay, so I want to show you a little bit of the history of Belgium. My colleague Rebecca spent her day yesterday pulling together these numbers just to make sure that we can, to provide you a bit of an overview of where we have had researchers across the continent participating in Belmont Forum calls. So you can see across the bottom axis a number of different researchers from different countries. You can see also that South Africa has been heavily involved. That is largely because South Africa has been a member, the NRF, South Africa has been a member. So they've been part of the process for quite different participation. So we had our very, very first calls were in 2013, 2012, so 2013 was the one after that. But you can see that across the different calls over time, there has been increasing amounts of participation from across the continent. And just, I mean, the idea is here is just to give you an idea, a perspective of, I want this, in a perfect world, this will all be blue. Well, it could be whatever color, but we will have participants from everywhere within the African continent. But this is about where the participation has been so far. This is where the principal investigators and consortium leads have come from. So that's the LPIs plus the little plus sign is where we've had consortium leads. So anyone who chooses to join us in Durban, one of those consortium leads will be with us on the ground to help us to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly of walking through a Belmont Forum process.
Do we have any questions, please? Any reactions? I don't know how.
Be able to see the full call text and be able to start officially planning the multilateral funding project on the 24th of May. That's the Friday of the SRI satellite event. Emmanuel and I will be there on the ground, so if you happen to be there, we would be very happy to meet you in person. Well, Emmanuel has got that privilege now, but of course, if you happen to be there, it would be lovely to see you. The Africa Regional Call itself is aimed at being a two-step call for proposals. The idea is, in theory, to help the research community ensure that they are eligible for the funding. So I mentioned that the challenges, so bringing together natural scientists, social scientists, and societal stakeholders, 3 countries. So before we get everyone to write this crazy, really multi-page proposal, it's hopefully a lot simpler than some of them that you have experienced. We go through a first eligibility step, making sure that the right partners are in place, and then it goes to a full proposal. So hopefully what this will allow is the research community to focus in the beginning on organizing itself and bringing partners together from across multiple countries and across multiple, I want to say thematics, but that's not exactly right, demographics maybe, and then put together a high-level research proposal to go through to the second stage, which is the stage that is going to be the more detailed stage. So this is going to be, there's going to be some time in there, and then the other thing that may be of interest to this particular group is that we're going to also be thinking about skills development activities, right, to help the community organize itself, network, and think about, what is needed in order to put together those proposals and take them forward. So on the ground in Durban, we're already planning with Emmanuel what we call a Belmont eligible session. So that's when we bring researchers who have been successful in previous calls to sit down with the community who's interested in that call to talk about all of the things. And I really do ask them, really give us the good, the bad, and the ugly, not only because then I get to learn what we're doing wrong so that we can hopefully do better next time, but also for those researchers who are considering coordinating a call, what are the things that the researchers who were successful wish they had known when they embarked upon this exercise? And then also, sort of what things can we take back from that? So that's one of the skills development activities that we will be doing on the ground in Durban. We're also working with the community. There's a science communication piece. And then hopefully we'll also be doing an annex workshop. So looking, how do you look at annexes? What are you looking for? How do you understand what they're asking or what the funders are supporting? So those are the 3. And I know there's another one that is more specific towards grant writing, but that one is we're collaborating on, but we're not leading, so I can't give you a lot of specific detail. But the idea is that there's a bunch of opportunities, and of course, we're happy to work with the community. So if there are things that you're like, geez, it would be really amazing if we had some skills development activities around X, Y, or Z, feel free to suggest to Emmanuel, who can bring the information back to me, and then we can see what we can do. I can't promise anything because obviously we have to find partners with resources who can help us to support some of these developments, but we will try to fill as many gaps as we can to support the community so that we get some really, hopefully, wonderful and amazing successful projects.
Thank you so much. I'm saying that anybody with a question that that would want Nicole to respond to, you can move next to my computer, ask the question, then she will respond. Anything not clear? You don't want money? Okay. I think civic organizations, other funders, like you said, name them. They are members of the Belmont Forum. So that is one roof or one house under which you'll get to meet all the major funders of this world. Thank you. You want to explain something?
The Belmont Forum is a consortium of funders. So they bring together all funders of the world. So for them, their major focus is on environment. And as Nicole had mentioned, now that the environmental issues are cross-cutting, they bring in the issues to do with the transdisciplinary research. So the call we are going to launch in Durban, the Africa Regional Call, as Nicole had mentioned earlier, will focus mostly on the African researchers. And looking into the guide, you will see that it focuses mostly on the resident African researchers because we have African researchers who do not reside in Africa. But this call raises collaboration for the African researchers. So for you to collaborate, you need at least 3 countries. And up to now, for this call, we have NRF Kenya, we are having Ghana, we are having Zambia, we are having NRF South Africa. So for you to collaborate, then you need to find researchers from these countries who are already members of Belmont Forum. And for us as NRF, we are here to support our researchers in-kindly to connect and network. So the timelines of this call, after the launch, it is a 2-stage process. There will be the concept note, which shall be running from May up to July. Then the submission of the full proposal from July up to October. And within this time, there will be several activities taking place in the background. Those the trainings for the researchers on proposal development, and also networking for collaboration. So thank you. As we continue to have this discussion, I'll be here to answer more of your questions.
I think I will be able to, during the presentation, one of the criteria of when applying or responding to the calls is that you have to come from 3 countries, but also you have to be at least 3 Belmont Forum organizations. Does it mean that if you are applying, you need to register to become a forum, a Belmont Forum organization, or how does that? Oh, she cannot hear.
So I can see that I wasn't clear, so I apologize for that. You don't need to have 3 Belmont Forum members at all. So what you need to have is researchers that are supported through the funding that is on offer, and that funding just needs to come from 3 different funders. And really, the rationale behind this is to ensure that we're really creating multilateral funding projects. So, for example, I'm just trying to think of, in a recent call that we just had on climate, environment, and health, we had multiple different funding agencies, some of which were Belmont Forum funders, members, and some of them were not. And basically what you want to do is you want to have 3 different researchers supported by 3 different pots of money, wherever those pots of money might happen to be. And the idea is really just to ensure that you have a community that is coming together to build a multilateral funding call. But in the case of Africa Regional, for example, where we will have multiple African nations that are involved in the call itself, that can be 3 different African countries that are supported by 3 different African funders. For example, I know that NRF South Africa is definitely in because they're leading the call. There's 2 different African funders already in that conversation who will be on this call. So you could imagine a researcher from South Africa, a researcher from Kenya, and perhaps you want to bring in a researcher. I have no idea. Emmanuel knows more exactly which other African countries have already bought in and are providing annexes. But you could provide, maybe, hopefully we will get Fonsi from Côte d'Ivoire involved. They're a Belmont Forum member, but any other funder across the continent would work as well. And then you could build a project with those particular 3 countries. It could be entirely researchers across Africa. It could also, while the goal for this call is that it be Africa-led, if the researchers want researchers from outside of Africa to be part of this conversation, because we're a very international scientific community. I know that ANF from France is going to be participating in the call, SNSF from Switzerland is going to be participating in the call, NSF from the US. So those 3 research partners can include partners from outside of Africa. They could be partners from the US. They could be partners from France. There will be others whom I'm not thinking about in this very moment. The idea is that it just be 3 researchers minimum. That those 3 people come from different backgrounds in terms of social sciences, natural sciences, and the community itself, and that they're funded through 3 different funders. And that's, like I said, it's really about making sure that we really have a multilateral call. I hope that was clear.
Are you on that?
Hello, Nicole. This is Manzoor Sumro from Pakistan. I'm one of the trainers here. I just want to ask for the benefit of participants here. Your CRAs that were announced in 2023, the climate, environment, and health, and climate and cultural heritage, are they still valid, or has the deadline gone?
Those 2 have passed, or the dates have. So the climate and cultural heritage call was funded. So we have projects. I don't know if they're announced on the website. And then climate, environment, and health is just closed. So those 2, the dates have passed. But this year, for 2024, there's going to be 2 calls that are open. So every year, they're different calls. This year it's going to be the Africa Regional Call, but there's also a Tropical Forests Call, and we're currently discussing with NRF South Africa how we might link the two, recognizing that across Africa there's big amounts of really amazing tropical forests. So that's something that we're looking at. How do we interlink the two calls? And then we're scoping. So you may remember I talked about the scoping process for 2 calls that will come out in 2025. One of those calls is going to be on oceans, more specific, like more broadly, so the global ocean landscape. And then the second call that we know, well, actually there's 3 if I think about it. There's disaster risk reduction. So that one is going to also be a global call. And then we have another call that is the follow-up to the Pathways to Sustainability that was launched in 2020. So this will be Pathways to Sustainability 2. And the idea there is to look at the interdependency between the Sustainable Development Goals, and actually the researcher who will be with us on the ground in Durban was funded through the Pathways to Sustainability call. So I know he is very interested in making in applying to both the Africa Regional Call, but also understanding and looking at that call as well. So it's a good idea. So Belmont Forum, as I mentioned, it's not a huge organization, so we can't do that many calls at the same time. So we have normally 2, a maximum of 3 calls a year. And so I encourage you to watch this space. So the website has updates on the collaboration, the CRAs in development, so that you can see what is being scoped. And then it also has information on the CRAs as they are launched. And the thing that I would impress upon you is that, you know, if you're part of the scoping, you're part of the development of the call text. If you're part of the scoping, it means that those priorities that you as an expert are identifying are more likely to be part of that call text. The expression that I'm most familiar with is like the squeaky wheel gets the grease, right? If you're part of the conversations and you're making sure that we are aware of, you know, the priorities that you see, they're most likely going to be reflected in what comes out. So I would encourage everybody who can participate in the scoping exercises as they come out to make sure that the challenges that you see in your communities are reflected in the call text that is being developed for any and all of these calls. And those scopings are also shared through Belmont Forum social media. We try to also make sure we share those through our partners. And of course on the website. So we would welcome your participation in all of those.
Thank you very much. I think it's useful information for participants. Yes, Dr. Daniel, do you want?
Thank you, Nicole, for the presentation. My name is Daniel Nyanganyura. I'm from the Future Earth Africa Hub Leadership Center. And I'm glad you are going to be part of the SRI satellite event in Durban. Yes, I'm part of this team. We are here, and I'm glad to know that there is the launch for proposal that's going to be coming up soon. And I saw the nexus between energy, water, health, nexus, and then there's disaster and there's pollution. Just to appetize us in terms of what should be, whether we can get in, they can get in or not. Do you have roughly the minimum threshold of the budget for each of these projects that involve the 3 countries or 3 funders? Do you have a figure, roughly?
Well, that's a really hard question, and that's a really hard question because it actually really depends on the way different countries fund, right? So, you know, when I speak to this, because it's actually not an uncommon question, I speak to the fact that, for example, when we get funding from the U.S., U.S. funding for anyone who's got NSF funding before, in the U.S., research funding, about half of it goes to the university. So half of the funding that's contributed to a project is what they call overhead. In Europe, the overhead is closer to like, I think it's between 10 and 15%, but I can't remember the exact figure. So, you know, that's the first challenge, right, is that you can compare actual dollar values, but what that doesn't do is give you an idea of how much money is on the ground for the actual research. And also that value changes between countries in terms of what is necessary, like what is the cost of research on the ground. So what I can tell you, and I'll use the specific example of South Africa, is that so South Africa, NRF South Africa has been a member of the Belmont Forum since the beginning, which we're very happy about. And so for each of the projects that NRF has supported over the years, the most recent annex has that the maximum amount that can be requested per project by researcher is, and we speak in euros, hopefully we're going to change that to US dollars because the Belmont Forum currency has just changed, 75,000 euros per application.
Recording
so
stopped.
I don't know what that translates to in Rand, but that's the amount of funding that the South African research community specifically can
recording in
for
progress.
their particular research portion, right? This changes for the U.S. researchers, for example, when they're looking at when they're applying for funding. The U.S. researchers, I'm just going to pull that one up as I don't remember it off the top of my head. Can apply. Each researcher can receive, I think it is up to $550,000 US. All right, so there's a huge difference in actual numbers there. But then if you start by thinking, okay, well, overhead is 50% of that. So of the $550,000 US, 225 goes straight to the university and not to research. Well, I mean, you can argue, and there's lots of reasons for the system. So I'm not making a critique on the system. Every system is different. But just so that we understand that it's very hard to compare the dollar values that come into the projects from each of the organizations. So for Kenya, Emmanuel would be in a better place to speak to what that will look like for NRF Kenya. But I do know that each research funder is very different, which makes it very different for me to just give you a ballpark number in that kind of way. I hope that. And I know it doesn't exactly answer your question, but at least hopefully it gives you some idea of what that looks like. And hopefully by the end of May, we'll have a better answer for you that is more relevant to this specific call, because we'll have a greater number of annexes in place.
Thank you, Nicole. I think it does answer, so that we just how much money are we talking about here, so that when we can raise interest in some of the institutions around here. It's the first time they are engaging in this kind of a platform and this kind of funding. Thank you so much.
Please, if there is no more concerns, we can take a group photo and then continue to engage Emmanuel, who is here, so that we can allow Nicole to go back to sleep. Yeah, we know we had to wake her up. Okay, but I think at this point, can I move a vote of thanks? Someone to move a vote of thanks to Nicole, because we might not really get to engage with her. Someone, yeah, please, vote of thanks to Nicole.
On behalf of the participants who are coming from 13 institutions, we don't take it for granted. We are really humbled for your time and even waking up very early to be able to share with us what Belmont Forum does. We are very optimistic that once you roll out the call in May, we'll continue to engage with you and your team to see how you can support us as Kenya and also as Africa. I know you'll be having various forums for the researchers who are interested to put in the applications. So we are very grateful, and we hope that Belmont Forum will be our partner in our respective universities. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Please don't sign out. We are yet to take the photo. Yes, we still need you smiling. Thank you. Please tell us how to do, what to do. Yeah.
up, right? No. No, face, yes. Correct. Face that side. Yes.
So so the people ask at the other table, please, let's move. Yeah, with our chairs, we sit, isn't it? Sit. For everyone who participated, we can now engage Emmanuel. So please, Nicole, thank you, we love you, and now you can go back to bed. Okay.
In Durban, I hope. So have a nice rest of your day.
We say asante, asante sana.
Thank you, Nicole Abor, for her presentation. And I believe if we go to the website of Belmont Forum, I think we can get more information about all this. So we are proceeding. So Emmanuel has question to him again, then we may ask.
So thank you, Emmanuel, from Belmont. The platform or the forum seem to be promoting transdisciplinary research, while just this morning, Professor Kowenje was saying now, when you're a professor of what? Now, meaning that you must be discipline specific, and for you to work with the others, you have to be multidisciplinary. So where does that leave the universities if we want to do research? Thank you.
In this case, I think transdisciplinary research, as Nicole had mentioned, there's the aspect of the natural sciences and the social sciences, and then there is the non-academic part. Non-academic part mostly is the community, the impact of your research to the community. So at this project, when you look more so on this call, the Africa Regional Call, the first theme on the health, water, and the health, water nexus, then you will need social scientists to look into the community aspect. You will need doctors on the health issues, and then you will need to communicate this research to the community. That's in other words, what transdisciplinary means. Because even as NRF, the earlier projects we were funding as NRF, they are mostly disciplinary. Find that if a project is health, it's health, and nothing further than that. Then it came to do multidisciplinary. We find that a health project can be incorporated with the social science aspect. Then the world now is moving to transdisciplinary research, where you find that the aspects of research outputs and outcomes are impactful to the community, and the community in itself is involved in research activities. So the university is not left out. It's much in it.
So this means, Emmanuel, that the project must be community-based.
Yes.
You must specify where you are going to do the project and implement the project.
And how that will impact the community.
Okay.
And how, at the same time, they'll be involved in the community.
A little bit of my contribution on this. Matters. There are NGOs which are experts in energy matters. There are so this, we are basically demystifying the concept that research only happens at the universities. Even our mothers, they know how best to get the best firewood from the forest. They will tell you, don't cut this tree. This one, if you use it for food, you will have headache. Your mother will tell you that. Don't burn this type of food, of firewood. This one is dangerous. They are scientists. So this is what we want to tap in. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Any other question for or concern or clarification to Emmanuel or?
Yeah, I think this presentation was to go up to midday. I don't know whether we have gone past midday. Is it? Not yet. So we are still within the Belmont Forum schedule. So just the last word on this, that the Belmont Forum is collaborating with NRF Kenya. So we don't know, I'm yet to know how the call will be placed, either from the Belmont Forum and then through NRF Kenya. Okay, he's going to tell us that. So it is the NRF Kenya that probably will be managing it on the ground. I believe so. But it is some additional money for us. Thank you.
So after the launch of the call, as we have done before with the Kenya-France calls on environment, this call will be published on our website. But all our proposal submissions will be done through the Belmont Forum grants operation system. And the management of this call is being done by NRF South Africa, which is the thematic program office. And just to you see Future Arts. Future Arts are the main anchor of this call at the back, because as Nicole had mentioned earlier, she came in when the scoping of this call had already been done, and the executive director was there who had moved to Future Arts, seen that this call is a success. So there's money in it, and I urge our Kenyan researchers to put their pens forward and apply for this call, because there will be many funders coming on board, both in kind and monetary. So, and Future Arts have already supported. And before the launch, I know that we as Kenya will have committed both our in-kind and monetary contributions, and also the NRF South Africa. There are also other funders who are coming from US and Europe. So, like for the Pathways 2020, I don't think NRF Kenya contributed to that call. But you can see that we have researchers from Kenya, from Kenyatta University. There was the Oceans Call, where the Belmont Forum supported researchers from Kenya Marine and Fisheries Institute. So I know as you start to apply for the call, once it's launched, you will get collaborators across.
Thank you. Now, sorry, Mon Emmanuel, when Nicole was telling us about the call text, when the call text is launched, there were some timelines that were in months, and I really didn't follow that. I don't know if you could really try explain, or thank you.
So for the timelines, the call will be launched on 24th May in Durban. Then the expression of interest, you submit an expression of interest, which is mostly the concept note, to July. Then from July, you prepare for the full proposals, which is to be submitted up to October. Then from May up to October, there are some activities which will be going on, the capacity development and training activities for researchers, and also the networking programs for researchers who might want to take part in the call.
Thank you. To ask whether, is there an eligibility criteria for the collaborating countries within Africa?
Thank you. And I think that's a very good question, because even there's no call that lacks eligibility criteria. And mostly at the concept note stage, you find that there are a lot of submissions for the concept notes. And you find that the people who do the eligibility criteria are not even experts in that field. They only follow whatever was on the call. So if you are told that we need at least 3 collaborators from 3 countries, and you are coming with 3 collaborators, all from Kenya, then no matter how good your concept note is, it puts you out because there are a lot of proposals which are being submitted. So to cut the number, they have to follow the criteria. And yes, for this call, there's also the criteria for eligibility.
My understanding is that the details of the call are yet to come out. So that's why Emmanuel cannot explain everything. There are some that will come to light once the call is out there. Somebody else?
Yes. Thank you so much. I may have missed out on the discussion because I walked out briefly, but I would want to make a request through the NRF office. Now that you are our eyes and you are able to get to know about these calls much earlier than most institutions, is it possible that you get to share them, maybe through our Directorate of Research, because they keep reporting to your office? Can we get to know about these calls in advance? I've seen some shared in my institution, but then you are just given a call 2 days to the deadline. So you can only look at it and appreciate that it was there, but you can't participate because of the time constraint. So if it's possible, let's get to know about this one in advance, and then we can give it our best shot.
I think for this one, I'll take the responsibility to share to our institutions, to our respective institutions once it's out.
Yeah, please. I think at this point in time, the calls are still being developed. And they are still, yes, they are developed, but not yet in public. So it is still a confidential document. But then we have the copies, but we cannot share and show you what the call is. But you have been told it is on food, water, energy, and health nexus. The other one is on pollution, and the other one is on what? Disaster. So please start thinking around that time. And you are given May to July. That's a long time. Because of confidentiality issues, some of them cannot be shared now. Yes. But we have copies, but we can't share them. Because it is us who developed these calls and put the full stops where it is supposed to be. Okay? Yeah. And that's the benefit of being in that forum, that now, as researchers, we can decide on which thematic areas to do research on. And I was about to say this, that through the NRF Kenya, we go into Belmont Forum and identify and prioritize our research areas. It is no longer now the sponsors coming from Europe identifying for us the research areas. It is us. Actually, in this call, we have a lot of inputs. Emmanuel has had a lot of inputs from last year discussing this. How best do we formulate it? Thank you.
Okay, what Dr. Grace talked about is a reality anyway. Most calls we get when it is 2 weeks, 1 week, but I believe this one is going to come in time, so let's not be worried. Dan?
Thank you so much. I think these discussions comes at the right moment. When we were talking about how do we collaborate, how do we set up, how do we get funding? Now, there's a slide which I took a picture for that slide. which says 3 countries. We're talking about transboundary research. Okay? Then they say 3 funders. So those were from the 3 countries. But below that, they were talking about natural scientists, social scientists, and non-academic involvement. So this gives us a picture now as we wait for the actual call. Who can we get involved with in each of these? When they put those as conditions, each proposal should reflect each of these conditions. The baseline is they will look at the proposal and say, are they people from the natural sciences? Are they social scientists? Are they non-academic? Yes, put it there. If non-academic is not there, they put aside. So it's very easy to eliminate at that stage. So as we now prepare, let's think about who can we involve. Let's think of the topic first. Which are the themes that are really talking to Kenya? Which one will have some contribution, maybe input South Africa and Ghana and other countries? Which are common to all these countries? And then what can we do? Is this time now, the funds are there. The funds are there. It's not little money. They don't say it, but the money is not little. It can help us to jumpstart our projects. It may not as much as we would have wanted to, but the funds are there. The Kenyan government is involved. Let's think about how can we get engaged with the themes that we're running with and who should be our partners. I think we should start from here. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan, for that. Is there anything? Oh, Emmanuel?
Maybe just a hint as we prepare to launch this call. As we'll be looking at the proposal, also be keen to look at the specific institution annexes, because that's where, and they specify, each funder specifies which country, which researchers is funding, he or she is funding from, which country, and the specific thematic areas. So we as NRF, if our annex says that we are funding the thematic area on pollution, and maybe some of our researchers are applying to be funded on the health nexus, then from there you see that already the application is put aside, because you as the Kenyan researcher, you are applying under health, but the NRF Kenya as a funder from Kenya is funding the pollution thematic area. So just as a hint that we be keen to look at those specific institution annexes.
Okay, but as I said, as you said earlier, the details are going to come out later, and so we'll look at that in detail and abide by the rules that will be there. So at this juncture, can we take possibly a 10-minute break? Then when we come back, and Dr. Noor is going to be doing her presentation. So 10 minutes breaks, and it is the British 10 minutes, not African 10 minutes.
choose to do a draft or a skeleton of proposal before we leave this training, so that at least you would know what to do and how your draft would look like. And then later on, between now and July, when the call for proposal comes out, at least you can work on the draft of this proposal. So, okay, this morning we're going to talk about the significance and the contributions of research. Maybe you have heard of it before. Sometimes we think it's the same, but actually they are not. And so this morning we're talking about this. This is also important because when we do research, there must be a purpose of we doing a research. So what is the purpose and for whom? So that is actually the one of the things that the evaluators or the sponsors would like to know. How would they benefit from your research? If you want to do a research because for the sake of research, maybe that kind of research is more suitable for academic, like a Ministry of Education. They would like you to know about this academic, the academic gap. But for industrial sponsors, they are more interested in knowing the practical solution. How could your research help them to solve their existing problem? So that's why you need to identify the contribution and the significance of your research. And the way you write your contribution and significance of research depends so much on who are your sponsors. Like I said, if they are the academic institution or research institution, they don't mind if your contribution or the significance is solely focused on the academic expansion, meaning expansion of knowledge. But for commercial sponsors like business or industry, they would like to know what would be the practical solutions, the contributions, contribution in terms of practical solution. So okay, just as a like we call it a recap, we have heard this thing, contribution and significance, a lot during our PhD years. So let's have a recap. What does significance mean, and how does significance differ from contribution? Significance, you can see there, it actually focuses on the importance and relevance of relevant research question. Why is so significant? You just ask them why the research is important. Yesterday, as I passed from one table to another, I can see a lot of people are interested in doing climate change, fresh flood, and also agriculture. So you must explain why is that, what is so important about you doing research in climate change or doing research in flash flood. So maybe your research is that you want to say that it would help Kenya to avoid further disaster in the future. So that line of answer. So you need to know why your research is important and why should the sponsors or the evaluators care about the finding? Because you need to solve a problem. The problem may be attributed to human activities. Maybe. Based on your research, you discovered that apart from the climate change, that is something that is out of our control, what makes it worse for a flash flood in Kenya is maybe attributed to human activities, human attitude. So that would be the significance of your study. So you need to know what. So, and then, because why? You need to highlight the potential. In your research proposal, you need to highlight this fact. You need to highlight the potential impact of your research on the broader area. How others can also benefit from your research. For example, if I am from Malaysia, if you have done this research in 2024 and you completed it in 2025, by the year 2026, you publish the findings of your research in a journal. I come across your finding and I also maybe can quote you. Maybe I also can learn from the experiences of Kenya in handling or in tackling flash flood in urban areas, something like that. So you are actually highlighting it on a broader scale. And most of the thing, actually, you are addressing the critical gap. We would discuss this critical gap in the afternoon. But I must mention it here so that I don't forget, and then you can see the connectivity between the significance and the things that we're going to discuss in the afternoon. And then the most important thing is that can your finding resolve a real life or a real world problem? Mostly yes. Mostly yes. Even though now we are not sure, but mostly by the end of the research, we can find the answer to the real life problem. So these are actually the examples. The cancer, a research in cancer, find a new way to treat cancer patient without much pain or a lesser time or less cost, something like that. Or yes, this is about the climate change. How your study on climate change actually highlighted or give a better understanding on the effect of endangered species. How can you mitigate this thing, and how can you help the endangered species animals so that they continue to exist for the future generation? So that is actually important for the benefits of humankind as a whole. Okay, and then yes, these are actually the examples. So you can see that example. You solve various and planning problem. That is actually the real world problem that you are solving. Your research finding actually encourage further thinking, advancement of knowledge. That is also significance of your study. And then it promotes logical habits and thinking. This is about human behavior. So you can see that there are various ways of you writing your significance of your research. And then, okay, research contribution. What is actually research contribution? Research contribution is actually talking about how would your research actually improve the lives of others. How does your research contribute towards others? So you can see that here. Oh, sorry, this is significant. Sorry. Okay, this is contribution. You can see that the contribution actually is more detailed information about your findings. It actually focuses on specific new knowledge or advancement of research area. For example, what new information or understanding will this research provide? There you say that your research actually solve a climate change problem. You discover that about human activities actually contribute towards the flash flood in urban cities of Kenya. So actually, then how would it increase? How would this information actually improve new knowledge? Yeah? You can see that. How does it build upon new knowledge? For example, look at the second question. For example, when you do the literature review, like I said yesterday, when you decide you want to do a research on flash flood or climate change, this is not the first time it happens. Maybe it's first time it happens in Kenya, but it's not the first time happening in the world. A lot of other countries have faced flash flood or impact of climate change. So when you do your research, literature review, that's where you're going to make the benchmark. You're going to see and assess how other countries have done or have tackled the issues of flash flood before. The mechanism, how, whether human factors was mentioned or not in their research, previous research. So that is actually the basis of your research. So you can say that, in German being a developed country, they also face flash flood because of climate change. And this is how they solve their problems. So you can say that, okay, this is not new. Then you go to maybe Sweden, maybe to US, maybe to Malaysia, or any other countries that you have found face the problem of flash flood due to climate change. You collect all those information and you make it as your foundation knowledge. And then what's new? What's new then? New in the sense that what would be the contribution of your research? Understand? What would be your contribution? Because whatever they have done is done in other countries. You have not tested that in Kenya. And your research is going to test whatever those people have tested before, and you're going to apply it in Kenya. That finding would be your contribution. Yeah? So you can see that. So that would be the originality, the novelty of your research. Because maybe, I do not know, maybe Okay, hypothetically, let's say that flash flood is actually common in Kenya. But before this, flash flood only happens during rainy season. Now, your research discovered that that's not the case anymore because of the increase of temperature in the climate, in the weather, that actually triggers climate change, and then the change reaction started. And because of that, Kenya started to have flash flood outside the rainy season. That is actually new knowledge. So that others, like the meteorologists, the geography, people in other areas can pick up from your research finding and start to do another research. And they would use your research as a basis to start their research. So that would be the contribution of your research. Okay, maybe also in terms of the point number 2 here, here, point number 2 here, do you propose a new approach? That depends on your methodology. Maybe from your literature review, you found out a lot of countries have introduced a lot of approaches in solving the problem. And you try to adopt one or two and see which one is more practical for Kenya. And then if you found it, and then you make comparison whether research before this have done that before. If there is none, then you can say that none. That would be the novelty of your research. If they have done before, and your research finding finds that, it's the same like what other research have done before, you are actually supporting and reconfirming the past research. That is also a novelty. That is also a new contribution. Right? We value that because now at least you can say that the research of, let's say, the research of Dr. Peter, I assume your name is Dr. Peter. The research of Dr. Peter in 1990 says this. Suddenly, Dr. Daniel, where is Dr. Dr. Daniel done the research. This current research by Dr. Daniel supported and reconfirmed your finding. So now at least you know that your research is actually safe, solid. People are not refuting your finding. So that would be the contribution of your research. Yeah. So does it challenge existing assumption? Sometimes yes. For example, the theory? Darwinism theory. It's been challenged time through time and time and time. So people are trying to say that no, with the knowledge in biotechnology, with the knowledge about genetics, with the knowledge about DNA, we can refute. Can we refute Darwin's story saying that we actually originate from monkeys? Can we? So that is what people are doing. They take up a theory and with the new evidence try to refute that theory and see whether that theory stands the test of time. So what else? The easiest example. You have heard about this. Some people claim that the world is flat. The world is flat. So does that theory still stands valid nowadays? Is there anyone who believes that the world is still flat? So this is actually the test, the whatever research that scientists have done before we manage to refute the belief that the world is flat. We can show them with a lot of technology saying that the world is actually round, not flat. So that is actually the contribution of your research. Yeah? Okay, examples. Yeah, just example. It may look small, but it is important. Okay? You confirm or you refute or you change certain views about certain things. Okay. So, for contribution, it is referring to the new knowledge that you have generated from your research. The new knowledge that you have generated, that might be new, significant, and useful for others to use. So that would actually expand the knowledges. So normally, when we write papers, of course, one of the outcomes of your research or an output of your research would be that you would publish the findings of your research in journal. So that's why in a paper normally we describe this as a contribution and significance. It actually is based on your findings, but the way we write it is slightly different. When we write the significance and the contribution of research, it's slightly different from the way we write literature review or background facts. Yeah, so I hope you can have access. Okay, I need to ask you, do you have access to previous research proposal? Do you have any? Do you have any? Does your university has a bank of proposal, past proposal, successful proposal? Do you have any? Anyone? No. Not here. Where? Where do they keep it? At least there is somewhere. Can you, like say, if you, okay, but if you don't have it in Kenya, but I'm sure you can have a look and you can ask Professor Google, can you just type saying that sample of previous proposal, successful previous proposal, and see how they write it. Because sometimes that would be a very useful guidance for you to write, how they format their writing accordingly. Because like I said yesterday, a research proposal shouldn't be longer than 15. It should be between 12 to 15 pages. So how do you compress all this information into small pages? Because remember, it's Arial, Calibri, or Times Roman, 1.5 spacing. So it's not much actually. Or you can reduce it, it's actually 5 pages single spacing. 5 pages single spacing, not much. But so that's why I would suggest that for you so that you don't get confused and then you are not, so that you can follow what I'm saying. So if you can have a look at the successful sample as a sample from previous research. Do you have any from this table? Do you have any? Do you have access to? Can you access to like say like bank proposal, whereby they keep all the successful research proposal before? Do you have any? No. Okay, I try to show you mine afterwards. After you have done your work. As long as if I don't see any fruitful works, I won't show mine. But I would show mine, successful one, the local, the one that I applied for local sponsors, and the one that I applied for international sponsors. See, they are not much difference actually. Yeah, I can show you. But after we have completed this and after you have done your work. Yeah. All right, 5 minutes more. Yeah? So what are the key differences? It's easy. Significance is actually looking at the broader picture. It's a bigger picture. Contribution is actually looking at smaller details. Yeah? Okay, if it's too confusing, I don't like to talk because sometimes it sounds so abstract. Okay, this is research contribution. This is what I said just now. Your research contribution could contribute to the theory, existing theory. Sometimes in research, you do rely on certain theories. So you are actually adding new knowledge, new understanding about the theory, or you are actually introducing new method of doing testing your thing. Yesterday there is one doctor who was interested in doing research on the antibacterial of. Is he here? That is actually his research falls on the method. His contribution would fall on the method, and then the process, mechanism, formula, or behavior. Anything. It has a lot more. These are just samples. So because why? You are actually providing an alternative view. Maybe before people look at certain things in a different one way. But with your research, you are actually offering an alternative view or alternative findings or approach. So you can reject. Or sometimes you just say that your finding is actually rejecting the old theory, old process, old opinion. So you can reject. And then once you reject it, you can replace. If others do not agree with you, they can start embarking on another proposal and research and try to prove that either you are right or you are wrong. So that is the game of academician and researcher. Yeah. Or you are actually, if you are supporting your research is actually confirming the previous finding, you are actually supporting and what we call this, comforting existing. You confirm, yeah? Okay, so here, Like I said, if you find it too abstract, you cannot follow. I know it's almost lunch. People are tired. If you find it too abstract to remember, what is the difference between contribution and significance? You just remember this picture. Significance is actually referring to the house. We build houses to what? To provide shelter, home, to protect you against outside element. What is a contribution? Contribution is actually looking in details at the house, the features of the house. Looking at what is the material that people use in building that house, what are the process, what time. So actually, there are two different things. Significance is always the bigger context. Contribution is always smaller details of your research finding. Okay? Okay. So you need to inform this to your sponsors. Once you need to inform them to convince that they should give you the money. And who are your sponsors? Who are the people that you need to inform them? First is actually your sponsors, and secondly, sponsors actually wanted to know about your significance, the contribution of your research. How would you solve their problem? But for others, they can also learn from your studies, from your finding. These are the quad helix parties. These are actually, they wanted to know. The quad helix normally is good that if you can inform these four parties, the quad helix parties, of the significance of your study. For example, it's good that when you in a column about the significance of your study, you would say that the findings of this study is useful for the government as a technical input for their policy making, for decision making. Something like that. Yeah? And then for business, or for industry or business community, it is good for them. They would benefit from your research to prepare for strategic plan, development plan, or planning purposes. And then for academia, normally for expansion of new knowledge, curriculum design, offering a new academic program, something like that. Yeah? So they need to know how would they benefit from your research. So they can see that the more people benefit from your research, the higher chances that you'll be getting that grant. So you need to try to list down as many as you can. And for society, the general public doesn't enjoy the money, but what they want is actually a quality of life, societal well-being. For your research, you can improve their life. Okay. Okay. So how do we identify? Okay, this is actually an document. I would inform you where to get this document. I forgot to bring the document. By that, I should bring this document. But I will give you a link to this document. This is actually a document in Malaysia that we use in trying to understand how would your research benefit the community. So we look at this, whether it falls under this thing or not. So it's easier. I would give you, otherwise I would give you the link afterwards, whereby it's an open domain, you can go. This document is kept by our Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation of Malaysia. Yeah? We call it the MRDCS. So you can see that for social science, you can easily identify where you fall. Yeah, social science, they have a lot. They have 14. So you choose which area that would you think that you would contribute. For humanities, they have 10. So it's easy, it's guiding you actually. Yeah? And then for MRDCS, yes, again, this is the significant, the contribution of your, the significance and contribution of your research. Yeah? Can be under, we call it socio-economic objective. So we have 4 or 5. So the first one is environmental sustainability. So for those who are doing climate change, you can, in general, it falls under environmental sustainability. Is it under sustainable consumption production, or is it conservation or replacement? You look. Yeah? So you can see that. For all you know, you might be surprised. For example, for your research on flash flood might fall under here, human and societal resiliency. So it's just an example. I will give you a link afterwards. So yes, so you inform them. These are just examples. How would your research benefit them? Yeah? So these are the things that I just showed you now. You need to inform your sponsor, and you need to inform the Squad Helix Party. So that they can use, okay, I think this is the most important takeaway from this session, my session, before I end. What do you do? What should you do when you when you first drafted the proposal, you thought that the contribution would be like this. Suddenly, your data is giving you this. So how would you deal with this situation? Yeah? You first thought that initially the expected significance is this, but suddenly your answer is this. Something more, extra more. You thought it's B, but it's actually B minus. Totally different. Both are different. One is positive and one is negative. C, totally different. Number one, you thought that the significance is C, but your answer, your data gives you a D answer. And then here you say that there is a limitation. Blah, blah, blah. And then you find out, there is not a limitation, but actually it encourages you to do something. So how would you do? These are the things that to think about. Because just in case this kind of thing happens, maybe you discover this in the middle of after you have analyzed your data. These are things that you discover, and you must think: how are you going to do? What are you going to report in your findings? So this thing, I don't like it to be surprised. So normally we thought about it at the early stages of drafting the proposal. So we come up with an alternative so that you are well prepared. Okay. So any questions so far? Everybody is so quiet. Okay. I would ask Mr. Azman here to share this slide with you. So because it has a lot of diagrams and then it's a lot of things for you to check. So I would leave this slide with you so that you can have a look and make reference. Okay. So this is actually the significance of the big picture, so that you understand where does it fit. Yeah? Because afterwards, in the afternoon, we're going to do the hands-on, and we're going to see how are you going to handle this research significance, research contribution, and where do you put certain things. Okay. Any questions before we stop? Everybody seems agreeable? Or I managed to confuse all of you? Okay, never mind. If there is no question, it's okay. We can stop here. We can stop here. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I would really want to know that if you have a research, you get your results, probably one of the previous research was in a different context, and then your research is now in a new context, maybe a geographical location or something. And then all your findings corroborate with the previous research findings. In your view, would that amount to new knowledge?
Yes, it is, because, for example, when we do, let's say, when we handle climate change, the method that we use is actually almost the same. What actually differs is actually the country and the people and the governance system. So these three things actually would be affecting your research finding. The way we behave, the way I behave, yeah? And then, for example, the demography. Because the demography is sometimes the level of education between people. Then, people always thought that if you have less academic qualification, there is a tendency for you to pollute the environment more. But sometimes that is not totally true, because I have research in Malaysia that has proven people who live in the rural areas, who realize their livelihood from the environment, they protect the environment more than people in urban areas. So it's okay. So you can say that even though you have said that everything is the same, the only difference is actually the people and the time. So it's okay. because that is actually your contribution. Even though you say that not much, but actually you confirm certain things, meaning that you confirm that the process is correct, the criteria that of assessment is correct, and then the only thing different is actually the people and the geographical location. So, okay, can be. Doesn't need to be a rocket scientist finding.
Any other question to Dr.?
Yeah, just on the slide that came before this one, you come up with a particular outcome, then now you have a different one as you've shared with us. In such a scenario, in terms of funding, maybe can you now seek for more funds so that you can run the same, the same research to verify whether maybe there was something wrong, or can you be what becomes of the same? Yes. Yeah, you expected to have a particular outcome, but you now have a different one. Can you still seek for funding to further the research?
Good that, like I said, that it's okay for you to take up. You feel that okay, people in, let's say, people in Malaysia have done this. So you want to test whether it's also applicable in Kenya. What is the difference between Malaysia and Kenya? The weather is the same. Maybe the only thing that is different is the people. Maybe that is different is the level of economy, level of education. So that is where the demographic factors would affect your result. Because the methodology is the same, the theory is the same, the problem is the same. The only thing that is different is the people. So you need to look at the demographic factors in terms of age, gender, academic background, economic background. So these are the things that actually can change the result or make your result slightly different. If it's the same, then you just say that, okay, regardless whether they are from two different countries, two different eras. Let's say the study in Malaysia was in year 2000. Now, 20 years later, you are conducting the same study in Kenya. But you can say that even though time lapse, but the result is still the same. So you will say that, same. Even though Kenya and Malaysia, they are people, different people, but even though time is different, but your finding is the same. So if you go, where is that? Can you go to my previous? Lagi satu. This one. So which one does your research falls into? Your finding. Yeah, your is actually confirming. You confirm previous research. You support existing theory, whatever. Yeah? If there is not much, it's totally the same. You're just saying that this is what I mentioned just now. Research by Dr. Peter in 2020 says this, but now research by Dr. Daniel found that it's the same. So you're actually supporting existing finding. So you're confirming and supporting. But if it's slightly different, then you are actually providing an alternative view. Okay, there is the second approach, second way of looking at things. You don't need to look at it this way. You can look at it from a different angle. So that is actually that second alternative view was not known before. It's only discovered by your research. Okay. Thank you. Any more questions? Okay. Ada. All right. If there is none.
Thank you, Dr. for your presentation. Let's give a round of applause for her.
They manage to stay awake even though I know they are tired.
I think that's a good thing. Can we just maybe rise up and then maybe stretch? I know yesterday we sat for long and we have not stood up for the 10 minutes. I think most of you are just seated. Can we just stand and see if you can stretch yourself just a little bit? Just stretch yourself, you know. The weather is also not good, so the body normally responds to the weather, so maybe you need to stretch. I think that's good enough. Let me just get direction. Let's get direction from Professor. Dr. Nuri has just finished ahead of time. Thank you.
Good afternoon once again. As we had promised, lunch is ready. So we'll go for lunch and we'll be back at exactly 1:45. Where we had our lunch yesterday, it is ready. We'll be back at exactly 1:45. Thank you.
I can see that you are very animated. I left you for about 15 minutes and all of you are very animated. I am glad, provided that you are discussing about your assignment, not something else. Okay, good. I share with you, I hope you have written down the question that or the assignment that you need to do. Then to save time, I'm going to down. I hope you can, by discussing, I went through all the tables. I have discussed with you how to identify the gap by looking at the status quo and what you want to do. And then also try to show and try to prove. How do you prove? So these are actually the guiding questions, how you want to answer that question. Okay? Okay. And then these are also that you need, I think by now, you can also look at the possibilities of offering another alternative based on your small discussion about the literature review. You can see some possibilities on offering a second alternative. Okay, now we come to the most important part of this session is about supporting and substantiating your claim or your belief. You may believe certain things. I discussed with your friends, your colleague over there just now. I said that yes, sometimes it looks feasible on paper, but it's not possible at all in reality. Because you can use a lot of the bountiful amount of water, volume of seawater. There's a lot of it. We can use it. Why don't we use it as fuel? So it would actually solve our problem. We use seawater to fuel our needs, to fuel our car. Possible? It looks possible on paper. But in reality, no, because it's more costly. The reason why people don't do it because it's so costly. Yeah? So it's not possible. So now you need to substantiate your claim and your belief. So in order for you to substantiate your claims, you need to get data and information. So we come to the next question. Where is the data that you want to use to substantiate your claim? What kind of data would you be using? So you must think about where is what kind of data? What kind of data that you want to use for your research? And once you have identified the type of data, then you ask yourself, where is data? Where is the data? And who is having the data? Who is having the data? And then it's important for you also to consider, Because I've seen a lot of topics just now. It involves a lot of ministries, a lot of ministerial data, government data. So it is also, there is a need for you to consider whether that data is in public domain or is it a restricted data or confidential data. If it is confidential data or restricted data, then it might affect the length of your studies. You might need to extend or add more months to your studies. Why? Because you need to go through the bureaucratic processes of writing to the government, waiting for their reply, and then when they reply, they ask you to go to another department, and that department will take some time to reply, and that department will kick you to another department. So you are playing football there for a few months. But after playing football, being kicked here, there, and everywhere, you still don't get the consent for the data. So what do you do in that situation? You change your topic, or you reduce your scope. You have to do. So that's why in preparing for the data, you need to know whether the data is confidential or restricted, or is it in public domain. If it's in public domain, then you are in heaven, because it's easy to get. So this is also important because in doing your planning, because if it's confidential, then you need to at least add 3 more months to your timeline. Okay. And then once you get the data, I can see that a lot of people typing the introduction, which is good. You have 8 questions, 9 questions to ask. So you have a lot of things to discuss. And then the question is that you have a lot of data, and where do you fit in the data and the information that I asked you to deliberate? Yeah? How do they? Okay. You can think about this question during coffee break. Where do the data fit into your proposal? Because just now I asked you to extract the keyword, explain about the keyword, who else, where is the data, and then a lot of things. Yeah? So now, once you get those information, the next question, the most important question is that how would it fit into your proposal? Where? Yeah? Because you must remember, proposal is about 15 to 12 to 15 pages. Okay. Okay. We can go now. We can go for a coffee break.
Okay, let's take 20 minutes coffee break. So we can go downstairs, take our coffee. Dr. Noor has not finished, so we just go, then come back. Then we tie it up after a few minutes. Yeah, so we should be back here at 3:45.
Those who doesn't want to go for coffee break can stay and continue. I leave this question with you. in a data so that they in a proposal so that they are cohesive and they make more sense. So let's see, where do you put? Okay, number one is obviously the title. The placement of the information is at the title of your proposal. There's no way that you put your title somewhere else. It must appear as a title. So I went through the whole room and I've seen that you have refined your proposal. So, okay, choose whichever title that you are comfortable with and put it as your title. The next one is the keywords. Where do you put the keywords? Normally, not normally, sometimes, depending on the requirements of the sponsors, sometimes they would ask you to come up with an abstract, one-page abstract. So when they ask you to come up with one-page abstract describing your proposal, then you need to put the keyword there, just like writing an article for journal. But this one is optional, depending on the requirements of the sponsors. If the sponsors do not ask for it, is it a wasted knowledge or is it a wasted effort? No, because it would still help you to refine and help you to improve your proposal. So, okay, I show you where to put the one that you have explained when the extracted keyword, you have explained certain words. They would later on appear in other parts of your proposal. I would come to that later on. So, and then I ask you to write the introduction of your proposal. The question is are you comfortable with the introduction? Is it too long? Okay, how many of you has more than 3 paragraphs of introduction? More than 3. How many? How many of you has about 5 paragraphs? 5. How many pages? 1, 2, 3? No, in pages. The 5 paragraphs, cumulatively, how many a page? Half a page is okay. Half a page is okay. Even though it's 5 paragraphs, but I presume your paragraph is short. Okay. So how many of more than 2 pages of introduction? Anyone? Okay. Who has prepared the introduction? How many of you? Is it 2 pages? 2 paragraphs. Half a page. Okay. Is it too short? Is it complete? The next question is it complete? Because the length of an introduction doesn't, the introduction doesn't need to be, it is okay if it's short, as long as it is complete. You are actually you are actually introducing your proposal to the reader, meaning that you are saying that there is a problem about coffee production in Kenya because of climate change. So because of that, you want to do research and then you are offering an alternative. So that's it, basically. So those information, you can write it in 1 to 3 paragraphs. The most is actually 1 page. 1 page. But half a page is preferable. Try to reduce your introduction to half a page, because you are saving pages. Remember, a proposal shouldn't be more than 12 pages. 12 pages. 12, 1, 2. Because you have other things to write. So your introduction doesn't need to be long. But be careful, not too short. If it's too short, then maybe it is not complete. So it's just nice. Depends on how you write it. This is depending on your skill of writing. I cannot say much, but normally when we read, we know. We are looking for certain things, and once we find it, and then it's okay. Like I said, the most is 1 page, or if not, try to reduce it to half a page. Like this lady over there, she has 5 paragraphs, but not more than those 5 paragraphs is actually takes about only half a page. So meaning that her paragraph is small and short. Yeah? And then I came across also, when I was going around, I saw some of you showed me your introduction. I noticed there are several groups, they have written their introduction in a very lengthy sentences. I lost my breath while writing one sentence. Please don't kill me by reading your long sentences. Shorten it. Cut it into small pieces because you cannot eat the whole 1 kilo of meat. You need to slice it into smaller pieces so that it's chewable and edible. So that's the principle. Don't write your sentences in long sentences, because it's very distracting. Yeah? And then, how many paragraphs? If you manage to do that, okay. All right. What do you want? I hope when in your introduction you have written actually what you want to investigate, yeah? And then some parts of it, just take a little bit, just right. Okay, this one. All right. Okay. I hope you have number 5. After this, we would discuss. Okay. Can I know where do you put this in number 5? Where do you think that you should put the information about what you want to investigate? In which part of the proposal? Do you have any idea? Statement of problem. Okay, that is one suggestion. So okay, what about this group? Do you know where can you put this number 5? The information on number 5. In which part of your research proposal should you put this information, number 5? Okay, we are done with the title, we have done with the keyword, we have done with the introduction. So we go on to number 5. So where do we put this information in your research proposal? About why are you interested in this topic? What seems to be the problem? Statement of problem. And okay, what about number 3? Eh? All will be in statement of problem? Or this one comes differently, this one comes differently? What will be the answer? Okay, think about it, where you want to put. Because by doing this, you are actually creating a flow in your research proposal. So there will be a flow in your proposal so that your writing will be more structured. So what about this group? Where do you think that this information fit into your, which part of your proposal should we put your information? Okay, yeah, this is a suggestion. Not necessary. There is no right or wrong. We are learning, all learning. There is no fixed answer. But I still want you to think. At least have some ideas where to put. Maybe where? Justification. Where? Okay. If you can remember, yesterday I shared with you the framework. Remember the framework yesterday? In a research proposal framework, there are about 13 things that you need to put in your research proposal. So go back to that research proposal framework, and think, where do you think that this information for number 5, the data that from number 5, should fit into that research proposal framework? Do you still remember about the framework? Still remember what the framework yesterday? Okay. Go back. Okay, number 6. All right. Okay, I need to go near. Okay, number 6. Did you manage to identify the gaps? Okay, so where do you put this information about gaps? Is it in research? Is it in background facts, or is it in problem statement about gaps? Because we have the data, so now it's just matter of thank goodness information about proof. Hmm? Okay. Number 6, number 7 and 8 are very closely interrelated. So you need to know where do you put this. Okay, number 9 is another important consideration. Can you substantiate your claim and belief? If you say that yes, okay, what types of data? If you say that yes. Normally in a research proposal, the most important thing is that we want to look at your initial thoughts. You have certain initial thoughts. So, what types of data do you need? Okay. Do you need, okay, anyone here, what kind of data do you need? Okay, anyone? Anyone from this group? Anyone from this group? What type of data do you need to substantiate your claim? Type of data. What kind of data do you need? You need to do this because after this we are going for research methodology. Like I mentioned yesterday, your research methodology depends a lot on the data that you required. If you are wrong in identifying your data, your research methodology is wrong. If your research methodology is wrong, your finding is wrong. So you need to know what type of data that you need. Okay, have you? This group, have you identified? Have you any idea what kind of data that you need? Okay, when All right. Okay. I come. That's very interesting. I went to one table to another. Okay. I got mix and mash answers. Okay. What type of data do you need? Yeah. Okay. In most studies, you would say that you need actually at least secondary data and primary data. Secondary data, like I mentioned yesterday, is the data generated by previous studies, existing data, data that you do not generate. They belong to the category of secondary data. This secondary data could be a quantitative data or a descriptive data. Quantitative data means that you are using data that has numbers, figures, statistical data. Those are the qualitative data. Quantitative data. Qualitative data are about explanation, descriptive. So what else data that you need apart from secondary data? Do you need secondary data? Secondary data, do you need secondary data or not? Of course, because your research, it doesn't start out of nowhere. You must have used someone else's data before. I mean that you must base your proposal on existing findings or previous research. So those data you need to have that one. As you use it as the foundation of your research. So you need a secondary data. Either they are qualitative or quantitative. Okay, what else? The data that then you need is actually, do you need to get, okay, remember who are your respondents? Who are your potential people you're going to collect your data from? Remember? What kind of data? The next data is, guess? Primary data. Primary data. Primary data refers to the data that you're going to collect from the people that were involved in this study. So your job now is to identify who are those people. Who? Okay, who? Okay, teachers. Government agency. Who are those government agency? Ministry of Education. Who else? Okay, Teachers Commission. Who else? Red Cross. Okay, who else? Management. Okay. So when you do this, you need to think it structurally. Remember the quad helix that I mentioned just now? So try to identify from the government who are the people that you might need the data from the government. So you start from there, so that you won't miss. If you start thinking like this, there is a tendency that you might miss one or two. So try to think about from the quad helix. Who are the quad helix? Government agency, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Weather, Natural Resources, blah blah blah. I do not know. And then and then who else? Teachers, Parent Teachers Association. Who else? I do not know about union, trade union. You have a teachers trade union or not? Okay. Who else? Who else? Who else? Who else do you need to question? The support staff of the school. The people who provide bus transportation to the school children. The canteen operator. Because even though they are not teaching, but they are also operating in school. If the school is closed, they are also affected. So these are these people, we can categorize them belong to the industry. What about the academia? There must be a lecturer or a researcher who does on school, on environment, on disaster. So those people. And who else? The society. So you see, how many? How many? Okay, while I'm explaining to this group, are the others listening? Are you following? Is anyone from this table following the what I've discussed with the other table? Okay. Any question from here? So, what kind of data? Okay. My question here, if I can I have the attention of the class, please? Can Can I have the attention of the class, please? Okay, this is the important part because you need to understand what kind of data you need, and because after this you're going to place all those data. They have something to. Okay. The question where is the data depends on who is having the data. I asked you just now, who else? So you must know the data. Like I said, I hope you were listening to me when I was explaining to the other group. Use my slide just now when I give you the example of the quad helix. These are actually the guidance for you to identify who are the people from the agency, from the government that you need for your data. Bank, finance ministry, stock exchange. So you follow that one. So you can see by using that, it actually avoids you from making mistake, so that you won't leave anyone behind. You won't miss anyone behind. Okay. So where is data? The data is that you know that there's a bank. You think that the bank would release to you the data easily? I don't know. Yes, you have to ask. You have to think about. Do you think that bank is willing to release to you the data? Because if not, then you have to explain. You need to exclude them. You need to exclude them. Eh? If it's easy, good. If you think that it is possible they give you, but it might take more effort, then you extend your time, the time of your research. Instead of 9 months, you make it 1 year. So that's your strategy. Okay. All right. Okay. I asked you just now. What do you understand? Where do we put? Okay, I give you the answer. This is where you should put all those data. Do you see the answer? Okay, here. The keyword is optional. You put it in your background. For the background facts, at the end of the background facts, and the last few paragraphs. Yeah? And then, what seems to be the problem? What are you interested in investigate? Why you want to investigate? What seems to be the problem? This data, you take small parts of that information, you put it in the introduction. The rest you put in the background facts, and then you put it in the problem statement. Okay, group. This group, are you realizing what I'm showing here? Okay, group. Group number 2. Are you paying attention to what? Because this is where you should put the data that you have obtained. This is important. If you don't put it or you put it wrongly, the chances of your research proposal being rejected is very high. That's all I can say. So look, because why? You need to do some, what we Malaysians call it Tai Chi. You need to do some somersault here. Yeah, some tricky maneuver here, because like here, for example, this one is easy. The question number 1, 2, 3, 4 is easy. All those information go to the introduction part. But for number 5, you look, I have started to separate those information. Small parts of this information goes into the introduction. The rest go to the background facts. Where? Which part of the background facts? At the end of the background facts paragraph. Meaning that towards the end of the background facts. If you look at the framework, yesterday that I showed with you yesterday, we have background facts, and after background facts, we have problem statement. So that information should go into the end of the background facts before we jump into the problem statement. So you need to know what is the trick. So because this is a trick actually, where to put the data. Everybody got the right data, but sometimes the problem is that they don't know where to put the data in the research proposal. You have to do it, only then you know how difficult or how easy it is. Yeah? Okay. Okay, what seems to be the problem? You take some of it you put some of it in the introduction, some of it in the background facts, and a lot of it in the problem statement. You cannot lump everything in all parts. So you cannot afford to repeat information. So you need to know. Whatever you have mentioned earlier, you don't need to mention later. Okay. Okay. Number 6. Okay. Who are doing this? Previous research. Whether others or researchers have done it before, where and how they do it. Those information go into background facts. All of them go into background facts. Right? And then about the gaps. So some part of it goes into at the end part of the background facts, and then the rest goes to the earlier parts of the problem statement. So what do you want to prove? This is very interesting. What you want to prove? This is what you're offering. Your what we call the hypothesis. Here, the hypothesis goes to here. End of problem statement. Towards the last few paragraphs before you reach the research objective, before you start your research objective. So that by doing this, you can have a flow in your research proposal. Easy to follow. You avoid repetition. And then, what alternatives you are offering after you have done? Because now, after what you want to do and why you want to do it, we're going to do a research objective and research question tomorrow. So I don't want to touch the topic today. I don't want to confuse you, because that is another big topic. But for today, what alternative you are offering? Those information go into research methodology. I told you yesterday, I discussed with you yesterday, research methodology is the lifeline of a research. It determines the success of your research. So it is important for you to pay attention to the research methodology. Yeah? Can you substantiate your claim and belief? So what type of data do you need? That information goes to, that information goes to research method. Where are the data? Go into research method. Okay. Who's having the data is also research method. Is the data confidential, restricted, or public in public domain? Also in research method. So you can see that a lot of the data goes to research method. So this is important. Like I said, repetitiously, your research method would depend on your data. What kind of data that you need? Only then you can design your research method. If you mistakenly identify your types of data that you require, then you might design, your research method might be flawed, and then you might get not enough information or totally wrong information. And that would cost you severely. Yeah? All right, any question? Suddenly the whole room becomes so quiet. The reality sinks in. So now is a question, it's just like a jigsaw puzzle. You know, if you put the data information correctly, then the picture would be beautiful at the end of the day. So a lot of people get confused, a lot of people get drowned in data because they do not know where to put what or what to put where. So I've shared with you this information, so you should be able to use it as a guidance, but now it's a matter of you practicing it. That's why I want you to start doing it, do it so that we can check on you, so that we won't, at least you know what is to expect. Okay. Any question that you want to ask? Now is question time. You can ask question while I'm still here. Okay. No question. Suddenly no question. have any question to ask, leave you to continue doing your thing. I expect you to be honest with yourself and give some commitment to this research proposal. Please avoid doing your personal things during this training, and please focus on your training, on your proposal. Because I really want to see a draft, a good, at least a skeleton of a proposal before we leave. We have time?
The time we have is it's about 4:30. So you want something? Okay. We are still on time because today you want to stop, say, by 5. So we have 30 more minutes. So please, let's do the best we can. Then 5 minutes to 5, Dr. Noor, maybe you'll come back and check what's going on. And that's when we shall wrap up. So for now, let's just continue doing what we are doing in our groups, following what Dr. Noor has outlined. Thank you for now.
Okay. Okay. I just want to know. Can you please share with me what are your fear and what are you think that is stopping you, or whatever your concern in writing a proposal, so that I can prepare myself and think how to address your fear. Anyone would like to share? So that we can have some insight, so that we can also improve our delivery.
I think time is not on our side. I think let's allow Dr. Noor to wrap up so that we can proceed.
All right. Today we're going to stop on time. I don't want the rain to hinder us from going home. Okay, but that doesn't mean the work stops here. You can only take a break because tomorrow we are coming back and we're going to continue with where you live. Tomorrow there will be trickier question, lot more questions. Okay, because at least try to think where to put in the data that you have. Tonight, go back and look at your proposal, try to refine them, ask yourself, maybe you, like Mansoor said yesterday, sleep on it, and tomorrow when you wake up, you might disagree with what you have written today. You might revamp the whole thing. That is normal. But that doesn't mean that it's a wasteful effort, because you are actually training your mind how to think in a structured manner. So you are improving yourself. Yeah. So never mind. Go back, sleep on it, and think. And then tomorrow we're going to continue with the same topic that you are doing today. So I hope it would be a more fruitful effort. We will see something tomorrow. All right. If you have any question, and then you can ask me tomorrow. Okay. With that, I say good night and have a safe journey home.
Before we leave, any quick question for Dr. Noor? Any question? Okay, silence is guilt. So we'll stop it there. So let's give a hearty clap for Dr. Noor. That's great. That's why we appreciate your effort and hope that we'll finish tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, I think as per the program, tomorrow we'll be here half day, I think. And then in the afternoon, we shall pay a visit to the Gikuyu cultural place. I think Professor Amwata is going to give us more direction tomorrow. Or I don't know whether, Professor, do you have any information?
Let me just step in to fill the void. Prof. Amwata has been called to the DVC's office. I think there is something they're discussing. Teti is also out of the hall. So just say that for more direction will be given to us tomorrow. We are watching the weather. You know, there is a lot of rains and possible landslides. This is an area that has been flagged by the possible landslides. So we are watching. And I think they had sent the driver to survey the situation on where we were going for the excursion tomorrow. The driver that will take us is doing surveillance there. So let me just say that more direction we'll get in the morning tomorrow. Thank you.
This is just a reminder as per the email which had been sent out earlier. If we are to go to the Gikuyu cultural place, then there is a dress code. So because we'll get directions in the morning, so when we are coming here, please obey the dress code that was communicated earlier, because we may not have time to go back and change. So that is important. And with this, we have to thank you for being nice academicians, good students, and I believe we'll come out with something from this.
So thank you very much for your cooperation, and I wish those who are traveling outside Murang'a safe journey. Please observe the roads. Observe the roads. You never know what could come downhill, so please drive safely so that we see you here tomorrow morning. Thank you, and then I think we can break unless you want to be here. So we break and then we meet tomorrow morning. Thank you.